All right, you're going to hear my lovely voice for the next little bit. Saves me typing. Free up my hands for more dastardly things. Oh wait, that didn't sound good. Less dastardly things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch to hands-free. My my hands are busy at the moment. Damn. Yeah, that sounds horrible. On an unrelated note, so for those that are new joining us today, we follow stocks. It's no bullshit here. Relaxed. AMC might be a really slow horse these days, but we don't fill the airtime with hype. Come and go as you please. Pop in, stay for the chat, whatever works for you. It's just an open area here. If you like it, subscribe and you'll get notifications in the morning when I do this every day. And just have a good time. We're just waiting for this thing to go up to $30, which probably will be December. So it's we got a good 6 months ahead of us. But there'll be a lot of energy before that. So once we get out of this rut. And then in between, I kind of teach technicals and stuff as it appears, as I think of it. There's no structured lesson plan here. On that note, what was I going to say? Oh, if you haven't seen the Belfort video, you should go probably watch it. That was a fun time. A part of our collective history now. Yeah, there was a bit of turbulence on Reddit overnight. The famous Belfort interview came to be. Trey got his moment in the sun and then got burned by it. But then again, I don't know what he was expecting. So he basically got what I thought was going to happen. Somebody talking from a realist perspective. Doesn't really feed into the echo chamber. Okay, well, that's how it works, right? The stock market isn't about what you think it should be or what you feel it should be. It's going to be as it is. You're just along for the ride, whether you like it or not. And the best you can do is just try to adjust as fast as you can to make your dollars. And that is the nature of the beast. Let me just get these screens up. Okay, so we're going to go live in about 20 minutes to when the market opens. Pre-market is 1.62 and GME was 5% pre-market. Now it's 4.4. So that's a good start for GME. But GME has huge mood swings anyways because of its wide spread. It moves like a dollar trading one stock. So it's expected that there'll be some type of energy, like large numbers. It looks like it's full of energy, but it's not. If we went up 5% in the pre-market, we being AMC, that would be quite a thing because we move by the pennies. They move by the $1.20s. Right now, they're trading by the 63 cents. So they're a little bit tighter now. But normally, yeah, it can be as big as, I think the best I've seen was about $5. And then for us, our largest spread I've seen, I think, is $2. And that's when the market's really thin. Or you can think of that as nobody's playing. So the choices are really low. And therefore, you have huge spread difference between the buy and the sell, what people are willing to buy at and what people are willing to sell at. And when those two numbers meet, that's your last traded price, or more affectionately, the number that everyone looks at throughout the day. And just on a side note, why that number doesn't really matter. It matters in a sense of letting you know what's going on, but it doesn't matter in a sense that, the number. Sometimes it does. I should qualify that. There is psychological numbers like 10, 5, like whole numbers generally, but usually that lines up with technicals, because either the number is psychological, like 10, or we've been at 10 so long because it's psychological, we've made a resistance line or support line. So either way, it could be A or B, but the result is still the same. But if it's your first time through the territory, so like when we hit 20, when we hit 15, those numbers, you need to keep that in your mind to be a little hesitant going up to it, that there's probably a hidden support line. Now, we've been to 15 before, so I guess that's a bad example. Let's say 35 or 30. Once we get into those territories, right, we don't have any support and resistant line. We haven't been this high before. So then when we hit 40, every time we go to these psychological numbers, you'll just have to anticipate a possible retraction. So you want to sell before them and then buy back after them or after the bounce back. But, it's all about momentum, at least based on how this channel works. So we do more, or I do, since I'm controlling the chart, more momentum trading. So you don't sell just because it's 40. You have to look at how we're going into the 40, right? Are we slowing down? Are we showing hesitation? Are we going Mach 1? Is the foot on the gas pedal? You have to keep all this in mind before making a decision. If you're more of a, I guess, long-term hardcore trader, you would just look at the macro, the large picture, and you would just not care if you retracted for the 10 minutes at 40. But because we're down in the trenches and we're doing, tight trades and quick scalping and all this other cool stuff, this is the kind of stuff we follow. So anyways, if you're new to the channel, you just got an update on what we do. And, hopefully you find it interesting. It's pretty much low action lately. But when she picks up, which could be at any second, that's the nature of the stock market, it can just explode at any moment. Then, we'll start getting in there hardcore. So, with that being said, I'll probably just stay mute for the next 10 minutes while we wait for people to wake up, get in here, and we get ready for this party. I'll just quickly check the chat. Yeah, we got a good 30 people today. That's good. That's our regular crew. Somewhere between 30 to 60 people. Can't blame people for taking off yesterday. It's brutal. I don't blame you. Oh. Good to see you, Where Jer, Marshall, my name, Liam, Stone Age. Now we just need, can't remember his name, but our Asian fellow from New York City. Howard, that's his name. And some other few. And we'll have the whole crew. We'll see how long it takes for, yeah. Here's the other Justin. We'll see how long it takes he that shall not be named to appear. Oh yes, the heartburn. Oh no, heartburn's only a few hours generally, unless it's something wrong and then it goes on for long periods. Hey, you can't name him, backstop. Oh no, you summoned him. Can't name the poor guy. He that shall not be named. Yeah. Our favorite, we'll call him our favorite technical analysis, or analyst. Analyst, that's what we'll call him. Our favorite technical analyst. It's all good. Yeah, he does $5 analyses. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I see. So we get 3 times. Is that collectively or the same person? Oh, great. And so you corrected it. Yeah, good times. Yeah, this is more of a support group than anything. Yeah, we're gonna make our monies. As I was saying to my, I have investors that feed my stock market, uh, whatever party. Let's call it party endeavors, and they're all like, "Where's our money?" And I'm like, "Look at AMC's chart. How the hell do you make money when it's flat for since the 22nd of March? Like, holy crap!" If you have any horse stimulants laying around, just dump it all over AMC. Yeah. So, yeah. Green is it's mythical. I've heard of this before. Stocks going green. I've never seen it before either. I'm more comfortable to red. But I'm told it's a good thing. I have to see how it plays out. But personally, green spooks me too. Yeah, I'm not used to that. Not at all. Maybe there's a color problem with my charts. I've got a setting wrong. uh, yeah, yeah, we're doing okay. We're now 1.73 pre-market, which you can see on your screen. Excuse me. GME is 3.87, so not bad. But anyways, yeah, I'm just gonna go mute. I'm just setting up my background screens in case today is slow. Got to get some action for me to stay awake. All right, 1 minute to party time. Let's get this flipped over. And get ready for the opening salvos. Okay, we got 25, 1 minute. We're all ready to rock. All right, so we're expecting probably a little bit of a retraction just because we have such a high pre-market by recent standards. But if we don't get that retraction down to, let's say, 995, 990, then that's going to springboard us right up into the moon. Because again, our fighting is between 10 and 11. We need to get over that. Okay, so there's our gapping down, as noted. Okay. That's good. We're pushing back early. That is good. $20 seconds left to make it green. We're already losing steam. What's the volume? Just under 1 million, 711. So I'm just going to leave the volume up because that's important right in the early market. That's not that much volume either. But there's our drop down. So if it doesn't go any further, then that should be the end of things. Okay, what's the volume on that? That's an 11. So that's not much. Let's see what plays out here. So we broke kind of a new low. We're holding. Let's see how GME is doing while we wait for that. So GME is just doing a full retraction. There's no sign of them pushing back. So that's more evident of people think the price should go up, and then the market basically says, nah, you're wrong. The collective market. So this, it's like, oh, nah, you're wrong. But then you see the big pushback saying, okay, look, you went too far. And that makes sense considering how long we've spent between 980 and 10. This whole area is full of support. GME. Oop, don't want to click. GME is just doing its thing. Dow's slightly down, S&P's up, NASDAQ is neutral. Oh, this is pre-market, so this is delayed information, okay. Carnival's going down. A little bit of negativity in the morning here. So that's definitely not helping our cause going up, but the fact we're still showing green and we're not pure red, that's a very good sign. But as I noted frequently, we're on our way out of this hole. So we should be seeing a lot of green energy. Even if the market's trying to keep us down, eventually our green dick energy is going to basically get us going. Yeah, it's quite possible there'll be a trigger somewhere, and yeah, a big fish might jump in. Excuse me. Usually, a fish wants to see some slowdown in the negativity, but if they know something we don't know, then who knows, right? There could be some secret information in the background, new vaccine, something that's going to hit the market we just don't know about yet. Now, if that's the case, we would see the Dow and the other indices usually take off, because that shows the collective market knows something's up. This isn't too bad. I mean, it is a bit of negativity, but it's not like this or something. But it hasn't shown any signs of slowing down, so oh, there's your first sign of slowing down. So even though it doesn't look like it, doesn't mean it can't. Well, okay, good thing I closed my position on this one. I was afraid it was going to gap up overnight. This one is so close to getting me money. And it just keeps spiking up. Okay, so not too bad. So this one, let's just put a line here. If I remember correctly, our support is pretty much all around this piece here. 977. If we go back in time, yeah, like there is this guy here, but I think most of our, oops, that back. Most of our support is where we are right now, 970. Until we get into the tens, and so this is 14. I went back too far. So 996, 929, 10. Now let's just move that up here. Yeah, that's our closest support. And then our next will be back into this, which we can easily see. If we go out to the, I guess, the further, then it's these guys, and these guys, and this guy were major supports when we were doing this party here. But we can look at that when that time comes. All right. So let's see how Reddit's going on while we wait for this to run its course. It's the Moon Gang. Yeah. All right. Nothing interesting on Reddit. People also commenting, what is this green? We haven't seen it in a while. A lot of talk about Trey, JP. People think they're sticking it to the hedge funds. And the SEC is investigating Matt Kohrs. Nice. Makes sense. So it's illegal. So say I collect, 6,000 people here, and I'm like, wow, this stock is great. I'm giving what they call fitness. I'm saying AMC is good. AMC will do this. I'm essentially telling you that there is some type of quality built into the stock, and that's basically illegal. I can't really talk about the fitness unless I'm a commentator, and even then, I really shouldn't have a position in the stock because then I could be pumping the stock. Yeah. But anyways, I do constantly give my viewpoint on how fit this stock is because I do have money in it. And if it's an unfit stock, I don't want to lose my fucking shirt. But of course, that's my viewpoint. And obviously, if the SEC is watching, or for historical reasons, if I need this in court, I'm not here to tell you what to do. Just give you my opinion. And that way I can't go to trading jail. Or well, I shouldn't say can't. If they really want to, anyone can go to trading jail. But, I'm not here to pump. As much as that would be awesome, having an army of people to drive up a stock price. But of course that's illegal. Because it is awesome. Yeah. Man, if only I ran a Reddit sub channel and then we could just pump stocks all day. Yeah, that doesn't sound illegal at all. Oh well. No, you gotta make your own decisions. Bum. Yeah. See, that's something we haven't talked about a lot is paper-handed people. We haven't really seen that a lot in the stock, or I would have made a mention about that. Actually, yeah, come to think about it, I haven't really seen. So paper handing is kind of, they're caving under the pressure, right? Which is kind of like this. But whenever we've had what normally we would say paper-handed bitches, the volume's always been really high, so it looks more like bigger fish are selling. So the bigger fish builds up a position along, and then when he starts to lose money, he's like, all right, fuck it, I'm out. Because he got in, here, and then he's getting out here to lock in his profit because whatever. Or he bought here, and then he's starting to go to zero, so he's out. It doesn't look like retail investors are paper handing. Now, I guess the slow bleed that we've been having like this, that slow bleed is probably paper handers from GME. So when GME starts, tanking like this, that shocks them. They're like, oh, we're up 5%. Now we're not even 1%. And we're about to go, they just made an S shape. They're about to plummet. And, that affects us as well. Because as they lose their money in their shirts, they bail, and then they bail on us as well. The good news is eventually we'll run out of these people. The bad news is there's millions of them. So it's going to be a while. Well, it's paper handing doesn't come from a bad place. It's your risk center of your brain telling you things are dangerous. But it needs to be trained to learn what the stock market's about. How real is that risk that's in your head, right? And that's like seasoned battlefield professionals. They don't duck when artillery comes because it's already exploded. It would have already killed you. You can't outrun an explosion. So all the people that are dodging bullets and diving to the ground, it's like, yeah, And then the seasoned guy's like, no problem, don't worry about it. If it hits you, it hits you. Because he knows how to assess the risk. Well, it's good that you're going around, Brandon, promoting another channel. But it happens. I'm just going to make sure I don't get myself canceled. Can't be hyping. Providing fitness or warranty. I guarantee you that AMC is going to be 30. That would also be a really stupid thing. Oh no, next week it's going to happen. Going to? That's an absolute term. Bad idea too. No, nothing is guaranteed on the stock market. Unless, of course, you're such a big fish, and then you can be Friday, 8 o'clock, wink, and then that's insider trading. Because then you know something the general public doesn't know. See the volume here. The volume's still pretty low. GME needs to get off our back, and the Dow needs to level out. These two buggers are dragging us down right now. I also don't like we're in new territory here. Ugh. But it is still the early morning. So it's not a big deal. Yeah, it doesn't work that way, Brendan. If you commit a crime, such as uploading some terrorist videos to YouTube, it's not censorship when they tell you not to do it and you do it anyways. So in this case, they would have suspended his account pending a review that he has indeed violated the law. Which, on the upside, because there's videos, the proof is all there. Or the proof that he didn't. Yeah. Oh, Matthew Kohrs, Matt Kohrs, got dinged overnight. And apparently the SEC are investigating him for something. I haven't really been following it. I just saw it this morning. But that's the game. You have to play by the rules or you get punched in the nuts. So, I just realized here, we've just made the dreaded S pattern on, I guess that would be the 5-minute chart. Yeah. That's not good. There you go. There's the S. That's a big one too. So that's a good sign to get the hell out of its way because it's going to keep going. Sad pandas. So here you get pushed down. That's fine. It's the morning. And then here we didn't have enough strength to get up, so we rolled. So that's okay. But then because we rolled so much and there's we broke through a support line here. then we've now made an S, and now the S indicates further aggressive downward motion. So that's going to weigh on us. Now the volume hasn't ramped up though. So there wasn't a lot of commitment going through that support line. So it is possible maybe we'll get a green that pushes us back to the support line at 975. But judging by the fact that, GME's leveled out. GME was tanking a minute ago. I was like, yeah, that's good. Okay. I was like, judging by the fact that these guys haven't slowed down, like there's a bit of a slowdown, but not really. But it looks like they're leveling out. So we'll still have our 10 o'clock dip or so. So I don't expect us to be out of the woods yet. At least we're getting some price action today. Not as boring as yesterday. Still hope. NASDAQ is doing okay. All right, we just have to retrieve our head from our ass, and we'll be on our merry way. So I want to see an increase in volume here, a commitment of going back to this line. Yeah, remember my volume numbers don't match the real volume numbers, but we're looking at 7s and 3s and 6s here. Yeah, we're now up to 5 million volume. We started at 700,000. So we've definitely ramped up our volume since opening. But we should be around 20 by 10 o'clock, and it looks like we'll be around 10. But yeah, our volume's not insane. Like 11s, 8s. 8s is pretty high. 6s are okay. But then you got 1s and 400s and sorry, I should say 0.4s. We're gonna go by a 1,000 scale. 0.7. I hate that. Yes, I believe this is better than yesterday, yeah. Even GME is much better than yesterday, too. 2 million in the morning is about right for them. Dow, S&P. Oh, the NASDAQ's riding high, which is good. Good. This one's going to go for a technical breakout. And a couple more cents. So that's an easy dollar there. If it gets over this line, it'll probably start flying. You got basically an S shape here. And finally, I'm making money on my roadblock. Yay! Good. Let's get that piece of crap in the garbage can where it belongs. Just gonna quickly look at my outstanding trades. Okay, so I got Viacom is still giving me trouble. I'm making a killing on gold. And what's XL? Oh, I think that was just a temporary bet. Did I did a buy on it. Okay, and it's gone down. Not too bad. I was at 100,000, now I'm at 163,000. Almost doubled my money, not bagel. Okay. ENF. You are a crazy, crazy stock. Yeah, we're just waiting for this to run its course. So this will probably be a technical breakout if we get there, or we'll go into a second S and plummet if the negativity is still there. We might get dinged because it's 10 o'clock. So if we do make it out, then the natural lowering of the tides would drag us down. So if we're really positive, it would kind of look like this. We'd go flat during this period of heavy pull down. And so we would kind of, as our straight line up would, or diagonal line up, I should say, gets dragged out over time, and it would look more like this. But that would say that we have heavy energy. And then when we go into the recovery phase or the removal of the sellers, then we'll just fly right up. So we'll have a kind of this. So we'll see how that plays out. But we're pretty close to a technical breakout at 980. 977 right here. It's just giving us a little trouble. But we're sitting right on the line, so yeah, we should break through, which is what we're seeing now. And then we should go up to 982. And we'll just wait for that. Take a look at the volume. We're kind of moving along. A reverse split is good. You basically, your shares are now they're worth whatever amount more, and you have less of them now. Yeah. When you do a split, that's generally bad. But most splits are done when your company is too expensive. But a reverse split is you're buying back, and that's very positive. It means the company A is strong enough to do it, and B, they want to drive up their stock price. Yeah, usually a reverse split. Also, to a reverse split, more importantly, drives the share price down, but that means it's more accessible. So people... Exactly. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to drive up their share price to get out of the stupid weeds. You've just made a lot of money. Oof. Yeah. Especially with penny stocks. That's not even a penny stock. That's a thousandth of a penny stock. Penny stocks want to be at least a penny, and they also want to get to $5. Once they get to $5, and I think 100 million in market cap. No, there's a market cap minimum. I can't remember it offhand. Then they can go to the big boy markets. So there we go. We've broken through both the lines. Now we just need a little bit of distance up to here, but we're still watching the 10 o'clock dip, which is about to happen in the next 2 minutes. But you see the hesitation right here. That's because of this. And you can see the push down hesitation. Once you get through, there's the breakout, but there's hesitation here, which probably lines up with this shoulder here and all this crap here, because this is the support, and then we fell. So when we come back, we have to get through that. This should not be that much of a problem. We're probably going to see more problems from this, and if we go further back, there's a bunch of lines. But let's just see how the momentum goes before we go draw a bunch of lines. Because we've been sorely lacking in momentum. Volume's ramped up, which is good. This is just a regular retraction, which is fine. And that would make it about a 10%. Yeah, that's an easy way to do retractions. Find the 50%, then divide that and divide that, and it will stop on one of these lines, basically, most of the time. And if it stops on the middle one, it's going to try to go to one or the other. Of course, when it gets bigger, we're out of the penny, we're at a penny 10-cent kind of scale right now, then you're going to want to use the more sophisticated Gantt box, which has, further subdivisions than just the quick drawing I did there. Excuse me. So yeah, if we just do that. So we basically shouldn't be alarmed until it goes past this line. Just normal, healthy retraction on the way up to glory. Let me draw it a glorious Kirby-like star. There you go. Do. Oh my god, that's a Sonic the Hedgehog star. Okay, so now we broke this line. So we could potentially go down to this line. So what we want to see is it to push back and stay above this line. Or, because it's 10 o'clock, this is showing us, if we break this middle line, it's showing us that the dip is happening, which we can further look and see that no one else is having a dip right now. What about GME? GME's starting. So let's see what goes on with the broader market. The broader market basically had their dip here, but that's not to say there won't be another. Although if there is another, it'd be far more severe. But we'll see. Okay. Pushing off the middle line. GME still sucks. We're getting some new folks in here. It's great. I don't know. We're doing pretty good. We're getting the gang together today. 73 people right now. But yeah, I'm interested to see what plays out. I mean, the guy's got a good viewership. He does a decent channel. So, there's 6,000 people now looking for their fix, which is great for me, but sucks for him. He built that channel. He worked hard. Stock market trading ain't, as much as I make it look, it ain't easy. You gotta have balls of steel. Yeah, AMC is probably going to have a short squeeze at some time during its lifespan, but the way Reddit's describing it, no. That's just dumb. You can't have a stock that's in the negatives causing a short squeeze. We need days like 30% days, day after day after day. So until that happens, don't even think about a short squeeze. It ain't coming. Because this is positive for short. You could invert this number. So every time we have a -3 day, that's positive 3 day for short sellers. So they're making money. So why would they ever close their positions? So, come on, you piece of crap. Tank. So this one, yeah, see? What I was talking about, when it broke over this line, it would take off, easy money. See, easy money. Just had to wait 2 minutes and you would have made, let's see, if you bought here, you would have made 1% so far. Yeah. Technicals. They serve you well. So at least here we're fighting against the middle line, so that's good. Showing that there's no stomach for further crashing. The largeness of these lines, however, are kind of shitty. But there's also no volume. So is that resistance 0 volume? Oh no, good. I was like, how did we get a green on 0 volume? No, that makes sense. So this red, this large red, was basically just a few people. So there's no stomach for that, but then there was no stomach for support either. And then there was a bit of a stomach for a sell-off, which is normal, because this is, we going up, a little bit of retraction. So now here we're seeing a reduced desire or stomach or passion or whatever you want to use for selling off, which makes sense because this stock does want to go up. So what that indicates is that somebody else dragging us down, which my guess it's going to be GME or the Dow. There we go. That's who's doing it. Because this is kind of the underlying market volume of the broader market. So portfolios being moved around, money being taken out, blah, blah, blah. When you see large ones, that's our personal fishes, our day traders, our people. So this is us. But there's always a constant underlying market volume in the background doing stuff to us, rustling our jimmies. All right, let's keep an eye on that. So that's leveling out. So then we should get a pushback. And yeah, we should get a pushback. Both these guys. Just wait for that to happen. Yeah, we could form a W. So it's too early to tell, but if we basically break down to here, then you're oversold at this point, and then you get your rebound. I don't think we're going to go that low just because there's no desire for that. But if for some reason we get pushed down, we might have like for a huge sell-off or something on the broader market, then we'll just quickly counter it because it's overselling, and then we'll have our W. That's possible. But I think more likely we're going to level out, and then we're going to do basically a 3 kings kind of scenario. Since this is taking forever, I'm going to put up the Gantt chart for all the new viewers. So this bad boy, if you've never seen it before, is just a quick visual on retraction. It's going to land on one of these lines, and it's going to try to avoid the 50% line. Here we go. That's easier to see. So right now we're stable. We're on a 0.25 line. So now the question is it going to go all the way down, or is it going to push up? And the volume says there's no desire to go up, and there's little desire to go down. So we're just going to go sideways until there's which we did right here. We went literally sideways until something happens, something changes. So this guy's in between the 0.25 and the 5 line, or 38 line. So it's probably going to jump up and attach itself to this. So 75 cent. Because usually they don't stop in the middles. Yeah, unless the scale is off. Which it could be because these are not lining up. This one is not. This is. Well, leave it as it. It's kind of hard when you're so zoomed in because the chart doesn't really snap to the pennies. And since we're pretty zoomed in on this bad boy right now, we're trading in the pennies. All right, GME. So this is kind of expected. I was hoping for a bit of recovery, but when you go too long in a direction like this, you generally break down because the people that bought in are like, well, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. Okay, I'm out. And because this is what normally happens, the smart money goes, nothing's happening. Shit, I better get out. And so then it becomes a race to who can get out first because they know, but then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So then people make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Just like the dip at 10 o'clock. You know, some guys started that, and then everyone then is trying to avoid the dip, right? So it's weird how the market's like that, but or power hour, you know, it started as something small, and then it was the last 30 minutes. Then it became the last hour. Then people start selling off at 1 o'clock instead of 3:30 on Fridays because they want to beat the rush. And you can see that too with people trying to beat traffic driving home. You start leaving earlier and earlier and earlier, and eventually everyone does it. And then all of a sudden, rush hour starts at noon because everyone's just skipping work. So it all adds up like that. Yeah. Is that a question, backstop, or a statement? Yeah, he had 100K subs with about 6.5 thousand daily viewers. I have 100 subs with 30 to 100 daily viewers. So I'm doing pretty good. For I got a strong core. If I put a couple of zeros behind my name, then I should be getting 100,000 to 30,000 viewers every day if I matched his level of participation. But when you get that big, you end up getting a lot of spam, and it changes how you do things. But yeah, maybe one day we'll get there. This humble little channel of reasonable, rational stock trading. We're only like a month and 10 days old, so give it some time. And I'm going to adjust this chart. I want to find where the real bottom is. Is it here? No, I think it's here. There. That's better. So where does that get us? So it's lining up with this guy. This is the bottom. I was thinking it would be here. Or maybe the top is off. Oops, sorry. Top. Yeah, maybe the top's off. Let's go here and fix that. Yeah, I just want since we're using the chart for a long period of time, I want to adjust it so that it, the top, there it is. Okay. So those are lining up. Now what happens when I bring it back to where I think it should be? Oh yeah, okay. That's good.
That's good. This one's completely... Yeah, it's a little off, but we'll go with that. So, the nice thing about this chart, as long as there's no new lows, you can just drag the chart out. And if you line up these guys with reversals, so in this case, our reversal is here. This one's good. This one here, you see it tried to go up, but failed. So that one's not good. You would shrink that down to there. Then this one, you hit the bottom, you tried to go up, then you reversed, and you went down. Now you reversed, and you're going to go up. So this chart's now probably actually accurate. So if you can detect these patterns earlier, then you get like 1, 2, 3, 4 cycles free of predictions. So we can predict this one based on this. We're going to go up. But to what line? We're going to get a technical breakout at 975, which is the 0382 line. But then we have to get through the 5. So we have to have enough energy that when we hit this line and we get our little boost from this guy, are we going to be able to blast up to 979 before we get dragged down? Now this is zero volume sell. So this can be easily defeated by any type of buyers. Yeah, that's 300 on my chart here. It's nobody. Volume is unpredictable, or at least I have not figured out a way to predict volume. So as much as the chart tells us we're going to go up, we have to have the volume to support that, or anybody can make the chart fly all over the place when there's no volume. And you see it's been corrected by even less volume. So that was 300, let's say, shares brought us down, and 100 shares brought us back up. So low volume makes it erratic, but the larger technicals will generally, unless the volume stays super low all day, will play out. Yeah, for the three crows, black, crows, red. Can't remember which one's black and which one's white. But this or this could be your indicator of reversal, right? So you got 3 down, and there's your reversal. 3 down, there's your reversal. This one's spattered, so I would not expect a reversal. This is more of a continuation. So like I keep calling it the 3 kings, but basically that's what this is right here, but on the smallest scale possible. So you have a period of up, down, but you have a declining tops. So that's just a continuation pattern. It means generally here there'll be some type of decision, and in this case there was. We went flat, but flat's not up, so we just continued on our merry way. And that's this guy right here. Now we're starting to level out, so we're basically going to go into a U shape. And this is the 10 o'clock dip area. And we can go and confirm, yeah, GME's not doing so well. The Dow is going as expected. Yeah, so I did expect a dip, right? And here it is, a 10 o'clock dip. It either would be that, or generally it makes new lows. But that's a good sign that it didn't. So that means we're doing this, even if the market is just having its early morning and its proper dip. S&P is going through the motions. Everything is good. Am I rich yet? Son of a bitch, Roblox. You have one job, just go down. It's just treading water. Just sink. But look at the volume, 0. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Wouldn't touch that stock with a 100-foot pole in the buying direction. Now there's a small problem for us. We do have 2 support lines here, and there's probably some other ones if I go back, but if we just look in the short term, we got these guys. So we don't want to really break the bottom of this chart, and we're slowly kind of bleeding down on 0 volume, which is indicative of the broader market. So once this starts to go positive, which should be real soon, and definitely before 11 o'clock, then those slow bleed will become slow lift and will slowly trend up. But right now, this crap exists because the general market is down. Now, NASDAQ's doing pretty decent, but we're linked to the Dow. For some reason, the Dow seems to have the greatest impact on us. And that's most likely due to institutional portfolios. If we did our due diligence and really ripped apart their portfolios, we'd probably see that a lot of what's in their portfolios listed on the Dow. So when they move the portfolio, it moves the Dow, which then we can look at the Dow to see if we're going to move as kind of a yardstick, whichever way you're going. If you're looking at it from a market perspective or an AMC perspective, it all comes out in the wash. So now that we're lifting up, we should start to see that on AMC. See? Like fucking clockwork. All right. Now, we're at the 3-8 line. So then we need the energy to get us over the 5 and up. If we just stop at the 5, which is 977, we'll probably come right back to 975. I mean, it's only 2 cents, so it shouldn't take much volume to get us there. But, I mean, we're currently working with nothing. We got really shit volume. Yeah, we're at 7 million, and we should be around 20 million. Arg. Oh well, we'll get there. Okay, so black is bad, white is good. Got it. Classic stock market. Or green and red. Yeah. Or if you do Japan, it's red and green. Green is bad in Japan, red is good. It's like, oh my god. That would just screw me. Although I don't really care for red being bad. Like it's too harsh of a color to look at all the time. It kind of could go with like a blue. But blue's even harder on the eyes on the long term. Oh, there's complete themes? Oh no, just light and dark. I hate dark themes for stocks. I do like the more tropical pastel colors. We could lighten the mood a little here. Get a little bit of fuchsia in here. And soften these up a little. There you go. That's a little too soft, a little too gray. Let's get these stark contrast. Good. That's at least makes them viewable. And then we'll give a little bit more saturation. Oh, whoops. Let's not screw those numbers up. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. A little less harsh, a little more tropical feeling. Yeah. We're going to get a lot of people in the chat here asking about Matt just because it's in the description. But somebody will probably update the chat here about what's going on. I'm too busy looking at the stocks to go dig around Reddit. Because at least today we're actually moving in some manner. Yeah, stupid Dow. The Dow's leveling out, which, because it's an index, it means that the buyers and the sellers are equally matched, if you will. It's not 100% true, but that you could think of it that way. Or you can think of it as that the upset people and the happy people are equal, which is more true. Let me get my phone. Somebody is calling me. Alright, I'll just be right back because I have no idea where I put my phone. Oh. Nope, that's not it. Alright, give me a minute. I'll put it back on AMC. So we really need GME. Well, we need that too, but we need the Dow to unfuck itself. And then we can go up. Alright, and we're back. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, if AMC is going to crash, this is the channel you want to be in. Because we're not going to panic sell. But I don't see any indication of it. I don't like that we're trickling down, but the volume does not say anything's up. I'm just looking at the Reddit chat here to see what's going on. People are like, I'm out of money, but I want to bring down the stock $1.
Yeah, so they're all just going on about the Belfort interview, which makes sense. All right, so we're just treading water here. I want to see some positivity, but we are still in the dip territory, which is good. If the gravitational pull, if this is a positive or zero seller, and this is 100% sell, we're basically this, and we're about here now. So once these sellers lift, then basically our buyers, which may be non-existent, will kick in. So we'll either go flat or we'll go up, but we'll stop going down from this at least. But it looks like right now the sellers aren't that strong anyways. Our buyers are much stronger. So that's good. We're just taking our dear sweet time to get out of this hole. GME is not looking good. Okay, so there the Dow has pretty much completed the U shape. It actually made a literal U. Usually dips are more V-shaped like this. You go in fast, you come out fast. This is going in slow and coming out even slower. But this channel's very inclusive, so if the Dow Jones wants to come out, we'll accept it. Yeah. Well, anybody that has referral links to Weeble in their description is not somebody you should be following. If you're profiteering off of your fan base, then where do your interests lie, right? Obviously, profiteering off of your fan base, which is why I never ran a YouTube channel, even though I've been trading stocks for 5 years, because I could give two shits about profiteering. To me, it's nasty. That's not how you treat people. You don't treat people like commodities, even though they are. Humans are a resource, but if I can avoid that, I will as much as I can. Which is another reason why I don't run business. I don't work in the labor trade. Yeah. Anyways, so this is trending fairly good. So we can just do kind of a fake line here. So as long as this bouncing up and down kind of stays above this line, where everything's going normal. This is the shoulder of the U shape. I would have hoped it's up here, but it's here. So once you hit the shoulder, then there's a decision point, and it might collapse. The other decision point's around halfway, which is right here. And the other one is right when you start, which is this guy right here. If you kind of level these out, you're kind of averaging them out. That's your U shape right there. So first decision point, there's your halfway decision point, and there's your shoulder. But I don't know what's going to happen. But it showed weakness. So maybe we'll do a little bit of this. But all I know is if we were staying over this line, everything's good. We're trending upwards. If this guy ends up making the S shape, like this, or a big N, so there's a lot of energy that brings us up, then we'll rocket out of here. But we have to see how that plays out. So right now it's not doing it. It's showing weakness. So GME is showing nobody cares about it. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Just gotta mute for 1 second. Okay. I'm reading the chat. Everybody's thinking Trey's having a mental breakdown, apparently. God. I guess people really buy into sensational, emotional stuff. Television's been doing it for years with soap operas. We're still just leading down. Okay, I want to see where our next support line is, since
we're not coming out of this hole anytime soon. When's 11 o'clock? In another 30 minutes. Yeah, we're pretty much treading a bit of a drop, which is gonna suck. We're gonna go back to 937 potentially. 924, 937. Yeah, there's a potential drop basically. So if we start to see an uptick in volume, if you have the ability to day trade, so the volume's still low, but if it just goes red, like ramps up, then you might want to step out of the way because we're going to go down 30 cents. We'll see. Oh yeah, wink, Marshall. I clearly don't pay my shills in the audience here. I pay you guys with emojis and pictures of my feet, toe pics on my OnlyFans. Yep. No, we're doing good. At least today's moving along on AMC. The longer you stay with this channel, you'll learn something. You know, I know what I'm talking about, at least at a semi-pro level. I may not use fancy words just because I can never remember them. And does it really matter? All that matters is if you make money or not. Yeah. So now with AMC, we're all in at like $14. We decided to let it ride, and unfortunately the market burned us with COVID. Excuse me. So we're all just riding this out. But normally I'd probably play something a little more interesting because AMC is kind of a long-term hold. You can day trade it, but there's other stuff you can make money on, which we do when things get slow. But this channel is mostly AMC for all you diamond-handed folks. So we try to keep the focus there, even if it's a dead horse sometimes. Oh my god, this thing is so annoying sometimes. There we go. Okay, so we have a ramp up of volume and a red, so that's looking dangerous. So let's see the next minute if it follows through. Yeah, that's yeah, you don't want to basically get into a hype train once the hypes hit the common person. You want to get in before it hits the public, because once it hits the public, it's gonna go south. They're gonna make really stupid decisions, or all the smart money's gonna get out. So you gotta weigh it out, right? So here's your ramping up of volume. So this is gonna probably put us down to 9 something, 930, 947. Yeah. Now we are getting some, holy crap, stop sending messages. We're getting some pushback, so that's good. So we're not going down without a fight, so hopefully we can hold off this trickle down. GME is still not doing good. Dow's doing good. So it did end up making the S shape, and then you can see, so there's indecision, and it comes up,
When it gets to the shoulder of the S shape, it slows down, smaller movement. But as soon as it breaks the S shape, see the gigantic movement, right? I would have liked to see bigger green bars, but it's still quite good motion, right? So, I don't have that's the Dow. That's why I don't have the volume on the bottom. Now, this one's hitting the shoulder of probably a breakdown point, which is this guy here. So this builds kind of a support line. The tops and bottoms of things are usually supports, and it's usually the valleys and the peaks. But in the case of like a slope like this, these aren't very strong, but where they slow down indicates that there's a support line somewhere else. So it's coming down and it slows down. There's something here, breaks through. There's something here, breaks through. There's something here. And if we look back, you'll find that there'll be something that lines up with these, a major peak, a major valley. Like here, if I just do a quick horizontal line, the Dow's a little different because it's an index, but they work off of numbers a lot psychologically, like 500, 400. So this one here, right? So that's, an important takeoff point. That's probably an important crash point in the near future. Yeah, but definitely this one down here is a more important line. And that probably goes a little further back. But anyways, I'm not going to waste time on that. You get the idea, or you should get the idea. Okay, so now we're basically also doing an extended U shape, so that's good. So we got this shape, and we got this shape, and we got basically probably a really big, recovery from this guy and this guy. So that looks good. That's good. Possible the Dow will end up getting up here, and then that means this will probably run up, which means we'll probably get dragged up. And we're going into 11 o'clock, so this should be the worst of it, and it should be over. So that's good. And GME is still treading the drain, and it's testing crashing lower, which makes sense because if I recall correctly, 174, it will free fall. Yeah. So where's the free falling? Right here. Yeah, so they built up some support over the last couple days. But previously, if we go back to when this all kind of started, yeah, there was no support. So then it gapped down, crashed because there was also no support here. Then we've recovered, and now we've built up support. Let's look at the 1 month. Yeah, so we'll have support at 170, 170. Once we lose that, we're going to 185, 163. Yeah, there's 170 here, 170 here. It's a very strong line. 176, 175, all of that for GME. And then so there's another one right there. Once that breaks, though, it's going to go 156, 139, which is what happened here. Yeah, and see, there's no real support. There's 150 and 150, 160. That's all they got before they're going back to 120. Ugh, I would not want to touch that with a 100-foot pole. So they're just treading water, and then there's going to be a huge breakdown if they can't get any more height. But if that happens, we're going to get pulled. Not the same amount, but we got support here, and a few other places. See, we've built up a lot of support, so we're not going to get pulled down to $5. But we're definitely not in a good place if we can't get ourselves back up into the 11s before GME shits the proverbial bed. Yeah. All right, let's get back to the daily. So we need to get as much height as possible before things go bad. Yeah, yeah. Jordan Belfort knows what he's talking about, and yeah, he took a criminality path, but that's like saying every drug user's an asshole and every criminal can never reform, and you can't lump people like that. But obviously, if the person made that bad choice, what's stopping them from making bad choices in the future, right? They've crossed that line, proverbial line. But the guy's not stupid. He fucking knows what he's talking about. Whether or not he's doing his talks for the betterment of other people or just himself. But I see Belfort as a true capitalist. He only does what benefits him, and he's all in for the money, right? So his morals kind of get shaky. But when you're really good at the stock market, who gives a fuck, right? Like, you make your own money, you make your own decisions, you get rich on your own decisions. So when little punks on Reddit come up and tell you shit, or some guy like you saw in the Wolf of Wall Street, he's just some desk junkie pushing papers all day, or jockey, I should say, and he comes up and tells you how to run your business. Now, fuck him. You make more money in the time that he walked from the end of your yacht to you than he'll ever see in his life, right? And that changes your perspective greatly. Of course, none of us are here, or you wouldn't be watching my YouTube channel. But the point is, when you're making money hand over fist, it really does change the way you see the world, and you get real tired of everyone giving you their opinion, because honestly, if they would take their own opinions and follow their own advice, then they would be rich, right? Because obviously you did. You listened to yourself and you made your own money. So, anyways, I get that side of things, and that's definitely shaped Belfort for sure. He started from nothing and basically fought his way through the trenches, and you stare at the abyss for long enough, you become part of the darkness yourself. And yeah, it is what it is. It's the nature of the beast. I try to keep it light and try not to get sucked into the dark side of the stock market. But you have to know it's there, and you have to play with it, or you're never going to make any money. You got to take risks, or there is no reward. But that's your little motivational speech. Buy or fucking die. And diamonds are forever. If you buy and hold, you'll generally be rewarded. It might take 15 years, but you'll get your money. Generally. But yeah, I don't hate Belfort. Just a guy doing his thing. I mean, I prefer him over, say, Buffett, who just says stuff and he's rich because he bought in when America was growing. Like, I made a lot of money in the easiest stock market time in the world. It was like investing in China 10 years ago. Like, oh, wow, that was a no-brainer. And soon Laos, Cambodia, Africa. Africa's a gold mine. As they finally, defuck themselves and get stability, then it's basically they're going to go from 0 to 1 million because they're buying all the basics. So it's like, and that's what China's doing. They're investing in Africa because it's a cash cow. The problem with Africa is the stability of the government. The people can go from 0 to 1 million. It's not hard. Malaysia's done it. Vietnam did it. China's did it. Although China has a little bit more of an educational history. They're a more robust culture from years of stability. And Japan came out of the feudal era, became a technology powerhouse, led the world, took on the world, and then lost because America has better factories and more grit and some stupid tactical mistakes, such as having an easily crackable code. But anyways, long story short, the point is you can go from 0 to 60 in a span of 20 years, and Africa is going to have its time in the sun, and that's going to be an easy investment. So anyone that comes out of investing in Africa, once their governments get stable and they're like, oh, look at me, I'm so smart. It's like, no, it's a fucking easy bet. But you might have to wait 20 years, right? Where Buffett, it's an easy bet. America was going nuts. So if you threw money at anything, you'd be pretty much rich, except for maybe paper business or something that was a dying trend. But consumables, America's growing. It just came out of the roaring 20s. It went into a Great Depression. Obviously, it's coming out. America's not going under. So, anyways. So, yeah, I prefer Belfort over Buffett just because Belfort was in the heyday, fought in the trenches, and grew. Where Buffett he's smart, he's a value investor, but he's the slow, slothy kind of guy. He's not bad. He's not a horrible investor. He's smart, but it's just not my style. I don't like that kind of pick it, set it, forget it. But he's filthy fucking rich, and his mantra gets people investing in him because a lot of people are risk averse, right? Where I'd give my money to the Belforts and I would get screwed because some of them are criminals, but the ones that aren't, those are my type of people. They're the momentum traders. They're the guys that are hopped up on speed and tons of cocaine. That to me is, obviously I don't advocate heavy drug use, but those are my kind of people. You got some rookie numbers and you got to pump them up. All right, so that's good. That was good there. So that one basically, the shoulder, it curved on the larger shoulder, but we're doing good. It came back, so now it's back, should come out. Yeah. Oh yeah, buy physical silver. Oh, Reddit and your pumps. I swear there's robots that just go around to all the trading channels and just spam random statements. Oh man. You can't sell now. This is stock country. Oh my god. Yeah. Fuck. You gotta have some fun, or stocks get kind of boring. Like, you're waiting for it to complete patterns. So, like right now, we're supposed to be going up. We're not. The volume's shit low. So it can go either way because the volume's so low. Excuse me, the pop's killing me. So there's nothing to predict here. We should be going up, but if we can't get the volume, then we'll probably trickle down. So it's like holy boredom fest, right? So GME is looking like it's forming a U shape, but there's no commitment on the volume. And their macro, the larger picture, basically says they're going to crash into oblivion. So they're just treading water. So the slightest breeze is going to cause them to go into oblivion, which will set off a chain reaction with us, and we're already treading low. So it's like, yeah, we're just waiting for the hammer to drop. The Dow, however, is going good. So as long as there's no major turnaround, then that should lift us up, help counteract the negativity of this. So we just have to wait for all of this to run its course. This might be going down. I'm going to take a short position, just a shot in the dark. See if I make some money on that. Now that it's run out of steam and we're hitting 11 o'clock, it blew through its dip, which was here between 10 and 10:19. So it might be a bad idea to bet against it. Actually, you know what? I'll put a stop loss on here. Where is protect position? I will stop loss at 38.4. Yep, that's where I want it. Right there, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Just because I keep getting burned, I'm too busy looking at other things. Whoop. And let's see here. So this one's taking off on 0 volume. So it will be back, and I will get that money. I will get you next time, Gadget. And I'm still making a killing on this. Yeah, I bought in down here. So there's $47,000 waiting to go into Yonder's pocket. But it ain't done yet. That's going to beef up my rookie numbers. There's something about, being able to press a button and get a car. $47,000 US. Oh yeah, it's paper trading because my money's all stuck. My real money's stuck at 14 AMC. But yeah. Plus, I can't link my bank account because I'm Canadian. This is American. I can't link my bank account anyways. But I'm always open and honest about my my trades. It doesn't matter if you have $2 or $1 million. You're making the same choices. You're just getting less money. Yeah. What matters is your percentage. How good you are at what you do. What do you mean by the 25 cent? You're talking about this? This is the Gantt box. And this represents when a stock goes up, these are the lines where it normally stops. So we're using this over a longer period of time as kind of a predictive measure. But when I say retraction, or some people say consolidation, when a stock goes up, you can expect it to show red at some of these points. In the 50% point, it usually jumps back up or down, depending on the sentiment. And you'll see that if I drag this box all over the place, you would see it, here. This one went to 618, then it went back up to 7.5, then it went down to 0.5, then it went to 382, came back to 6,118. So it helps you get a feel, especially when the stock's moving fast, for where you might go. But for this, you need to know the top and you need to know the bottom for this to work. So you can't really use it to predict the future unless you're trending below a previous high and a previous low. So we could do this. We could use it like that. And then this would show our recovery if we think we're in a U shape. So if we think we're in this, right, then this would show our recovery. This chart would be proper for that. But anyways, that's what it's used for. It's used to show retractions and measure them. I do this normally in my head, but it's useful to the viewers of this channel if I put it up, because then they can see what I do in my brains. Now, these are for cycles. You try to line them up with reversals, and then if you can get it early, you'll be able to predict the future a bit. I'm not too good at time-based stuff. I don't use it enough to be good at it. But you can roughly just adjust this chart to, let's say, right here. So there's a reversal. Oh, no. There's a... Damn it, this is not lining up. Okay, well, let's say this, or I'll go with this. So the reversal should be, this line should be here. It reverses, then this line, then it reverses. So our next reversal is coming up at 1106 based on this, right? So that's your cyclic lines. Basically, a stock market ebbs and flows on kind of a time pattern, but I don't do that a lot. There's a whole study of government sent out an emergency alert just to stay home. Oh my god. Yeah. So this is another way of doing it with the cyclic times. So if you take this guy and you line him up, basically your right there. So there's your up, there's your down. Then your next up should be here, and your next down should be here, which then will kind of line up with this as well. But anyways, you can wiki or Investopedia a Gantt box, and that will tell you all you need to know. If I can delete this, that would be great. Okay. So our reversal came early, so we'll adjust this box. And there's the volume. See the increase in volume, which is giving us what we want. So let's adjust this box so that this part's correct. So we're using the information we got based on what's happened, right? Because we can't control the stock market. We can only look at what's happened and adjust our perspective. And what we're trying to do is get into the head of all these people so we can see into the future and make money. If we don't care about seeing into the future, then we can just buy and forget about it, right? But that's not what we're doing here. So let's find out why we went up. So S&P spiked, the Dow spiked a little bit, S&P a lot more. This is delayed. UK market was up. Germans. No, I don't know why we went up. There's no clear indication of why. We got a huge increase of volume. So my guess is that somebody with a lot of money feels that we're on the recovery side of things. And then hopefully this will kick us off. What's a cash account? No, that's paper trading. What I show up on the screen here is paper trading. I have a margin account, but I'm a Canadian bank, so I can't link it to this, and my money is stuck at 14 in AMC. I decided to let it ride, and then it's just like, ah, fuck, it didn't stop. Bad call, but you're not going to win every call. I dodged almost all the other crashes, but I didn't think the lockdown in Paris would have had such a negative effect. I was wrong, so I have to wait. So I do paper trading on this stream just to fill the time. Because, Jesus, it gets boring sometimes. Now, I could make a bet on AMC going up, but I already have a bet right here. So I'll get my money back eventually on this one. But we have to wait. Yeah, I just make calls whenever it seems obvious. that AMC one was partly I wasn't paying attention, and then I got burned on. I think when it gapped down, I bought. Where did I buy? I think I bought at the over just before close, and then I got hit on this. The gap down overnight. Something like that. I can't remember. But it was definitely an overnight. So I could keep dollar cost averaging down with my winnings, and I probably will. That's what I would do with my real money. So bring us down to 9 something, and then you're going up from 9, so you're just going to make a murder like I'm doing in this one when it recovers. Right? There's $44,000. So actually I could do that. I could close this position, but I don't think gold is going to drop all of a sudden. Especially, I don't know if these are going to be good. You know what? Why not? We'll just kill this position. Shouldn't kill winning positions, but let's go add more into AMC. So 44,000 would be about 44,000 shares at this price. So I don't like usually buying on the way up, but there we go. Trade value. Okay, so there we'll just add to our position, bringing us a little bit further down, but not by much. There we go. Yeah, I have a few outstanding big guys. But like Roblox, that's an easy one. It'll get back down there. It's already hit it twice. Viacom, that one was just a shot in the dark, but we'll see about it in the long term. Yeah. Anyways. No, I don't do option trading. So puts and calls is option trading. I'm just doing stocks. Anybody that does option trading is kind of betting on a time and a direction. And that's more gambling than stock trading. Stock trading, you just need to bet on a direction. Time is irrelevant. Unless you're a short seller and you might get squeezed out. But yeah, option trading can make mega bucks. But to me, option traders, especially if you care about AMC's long term, option traders are just people profiteering. They're not buying and holding a stock. They're betting on the ability to buy and trade a stock at a certain price. And then when they get the stock, they sell it for profit. Or like they switch hands. So they have really no positive effect on a stock in my books. So option traders are literally the term traders. They don't really do much. The real people that matter for AMC are the people that buy and hold long term and don't sell like paper-handed bitches. Those people do the best for driving this stock up. Now, I make money for people. I make money for myself trading stocks. So I don't have the luxury of buying and holding forever. I need to trade. But anyways, that's just the way I roll. Everyone's free to do whatever they want to do. But I don't trade options because I don't understand. Like, I understand them, but I don't understand them enough to be confident enough to make money easily. So I can't risk money figuring it out when I can make money this way. I may sit down one day and like properly try it out with money, risk money, but it's I think it's $30 commission or so in Canada to trade options, and it's like I don't fucking want to spend that much money on guessing and learning when I can make better money here. But anyways, let's get back to figuring out the market, because that is the nature of this channel. So there's just hesitation, and it's just thinking about it. This may turn into a reversal, but I think we're still good. We're just going to wiggle around this line. And then we'll come up on 12. There'll be a little bit of a sell-off at 12. People go to lunch, take their money out, and then 12:30 they come back. I have noticed, though, actually, on a weird side thought. So when the pandemic was not a thing, people would actually go for lunch, right? So they would go eat food with their friends, have long conversations and whatever. You would actually see a considerable sell-off at 12. And I think, speculating, that was really people leaving for lunch and they didn't want to look at their phone, right? So they take their stocks out and they just buy back in after lunch. But now with the pandemic, the 12 o'clock sell-off is less pronounced. So the people at Wall Street aren't leaving for the day. They're not, whoever does this professionally isn't going out for meals with their friends, right? So they can stay in. So they get out earlier or after 12. It's not as pronounced as it was. But that's something I've noticed. And I'm sure if we did some digging, we could figure out why. But my guess is, yeah, it has something to do, obviously, with the pandemic and the fact that people aren't socializing like they normally did. Anyways, I've noticed that since I've been trading for about 5 years. I recently just took a break because I had a office job and I needed to focus on it. But now I'm on medical leave because I got some stomach issue. So I got all the time in the world to make money again. And so we're here. But yeah, I definitely have noticed that. There is still some type of sell-off. 12 is still a psychological time. But it's definitely not the same as it used to be. And in certain stocks like this one, you won't see it as much because... oh, okay. Good. So it trended and then it did a breakout. Excellent. Yeah, I was hoping that it was going to curve down. But yeah, see the volume? If it probably stayed low volume, it probably would have trickled down. But that huge spike of volume, it got to this point. So that was a good stop loss. The bet of it going down was, yeah, didn't happen. Volume came through. Now, that's not to say that, because that was a tight stop loss, not to say that this isn't going to come right back down. Continue, but then I can assess at that point if it does come back down. Oh, and so that Gantt chart, right? Or Gantt box, that's what it's used for here. So if this is just a single stick, but we should expect it. See, now it's going to the 2.5. If it breaks through the 2.5, it's going to go to the 3.8. Now, in this case, it's in between, so it should go up, completely disappear, or it should go down to 82. I mean, this is kind of an extreme example, but that's what this is for. It's for a retraction on a stick. So in this case, you see it didn't like being in between, so it actually gapped up. And it left the box completely. And that makes sense because it doesn't want to stay on these in-betweens. Why these numbers? I don't really know. I think they're based on the Fibonacci, but these are psychological divisions of the human minds based on the rule of thirds and a bunch of other shit. But anyways, that's what it's used for if you're ever in the experimenting, learning kind of mentality. So going back to this, so we've lined it up with kind of the reversals. So now we're going sideways. So we should expect a reversal here. So that's coming up in 2 minutes. So let's see if this holds up. Again, I'm not really good at these time frame things, but we're going to try it out. Something new. Something new. Apparently, someone's making a YouTube video right now that says why I'm selling AMC. Yeah. Anybody that has that kind of sensational title is clearly in it for the money, right? Basically a shill. Not that he's probably working, he's a shill for himself, right? A hype man. Yeah. But oh, that YouTube chat's getting pretty violent if you're watching it. People are getting pretty aggressive at each other. And complex commission. I despise that guy. As soon as you threaten that guy with like any type of realistic conversation, he retreats and becomes very defensive and aggressive. And it's like, well, you can't be just shooting shit out of your ass, you know? If I'm just saying random shit and you guys challenge me, we're all here for the same thing, right? We're all here to make money. And, you can't get defensive. You can't start freaking out at people when they call you on something that's a little wish-washy, right? So it is what it is, right? Yeah. Anyways, interesting chat. So we're still just waiting. We should see the turnaround point right now. We're right on the line. So let's see what happens. Yeah, this is TradingView. If you want the direct link to my chart, here, I'll fish it out. Oh, actually, it's this one. So every 10 minutes, the chart updates to the cloud. Oh, my brokerage is TD in Canada, but I'm not American. This here, the screen, what you're seeing, is TradingView, which anyone can use. And then mine, this link will basically update with the shit I'm drawing on the screen every 10 minutes. But it'll also give you the watch list and a style and my colors, if that helps you. I get access to a version of Thinkorswim, but that's American. And the version we have in Canada is quite garbage. I've used it, but it's easier for me to trade on my phone and draw on TradingView. TradingView is so much easier to use. It's not clunky. It's fast. It's responsive. I thoroughly enjoy it. It gives me everything I need, and it's got really nice indicators. You can write your own script. It even points out patterns, which is great when you're just learning. And you can write your Pine scripts. It's great. And the only thing I don't like about it, other than you have to pay for it, in this case I don't, is it's not very good about multi-views. So if you do put multiple charts up on your screen, it's not as good as some of the other investment tools where you can put up 1,000 stocks and look at them all, right? And you can link them so when you move one, zoom in on one, all the other charts zoom. Yeah, TradingView is not as great for that. And I say that's the only thing I don't like about it. But in the free version, you can't have multiple screens, so who gives a shit? So let's see if this is going to be the reversal. So we go down then, I guess. Because if this is kind of an up with a mood swing sideways, but we're looking at nothing on the volume, so let's see. Oh, I have options. I can do options, call and puts. I just don't do options.
Yeah, I find it a lot easier to just do stocks because if you're ever wrong, you wait it out, right? And I'm moving around $60,000 American right now, and I really cannot afford to just have it all disappear on a couple of bad bets, especially when I don't know what I'm doing. Like I know the Greeks, I understand, theta and gamma and time decay and all this sort of stuff, but how do I put that into decisions? How do I know I'm making the right, best possible choice? I haven't got that confidence yet, just because I don't have the experience. So I'll get there eventually. But yeah, I currently have, if you want to know my position, I currently, I think, have 4,200 shares at 1387. I was really hoping we would break out from that robot that was holding us down at 14, but we didn't. So poop, poop, and poop. But half the chat in here are also stuck. Now that's the commission cost. The commission cost from TD is about $30 per trade. And I think they also add an additional $1.20 per option contract. So it's pretty expensive. Whereas a stock trade in Canada is usually $10 per unlimited shares. I'm sure if you try to buy 1 million shares, they'll charge you more money. And good brokerages like Interactive Brokers, which is where I'm going to move to eventually, they'll charge you about 1,000th of a penny per share. So you get dinged $1 per every 1,000 shares you move, which at $10, that's 10,000 shares. So you're making money with a flat rate if you're moving, 10,000 plus shares. But anyways, so that's how she rolls. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's what kind of, and the robot too was on the last day of the week too. And robots can't last forever. And we weren't seeing any major effects from the yield and the news out of Paris, right? Because the lockdown news, I was expecting it to have a greater damage, but we were recovering. So it's like, okay. But then the news, I guess, fully came to hit on the Monday, and then we were fucked. At that point, do you want to sell at a 15, 20% loss? Fuck it. Ride it out. Yeah. So that's where we are now. No point taking a 20% hit on your principal when you can just wait it out. And the waiting period for this stock's about a week. Although this guy right now is going on almost 2 weeks. But we should have our breakup. Like the stock should start taking off any day now. Possibly any hour. Like we're well overdue. So a free trading account? There's no free trading account in Canada. Every account in Canada has commissions. Well, I get the idea of how options work, right? Like, for example, I could go buy a bunch of option calls for $14. And then if it gets there, I have the right to sell my position at 14 if I bought puts, or I have the right to buy at 14, depending on which way I want it the shares to go, right? I get the idea. But the premium cost that's attached to those option calls, right? There's a value attached to that. And that value is not generated by math that is consistent. So that price can be all over the place, right? So there's bad premiums, good premiums, undervalued premiums, right? So if you're just picking in the dark, you're losing money because you're not playing the Greeks properly. And that's my concern. Guessing if it's going to go up or down, I can do that. That's easy. But making sure I get the best price, that part I haven't figured out right. Yeah. No, you can buy or sell a put, and you can buy or sell a call. But obviously, they come with risk when you're writing or selling a put or a call. Right. Yeah, I get it. I know how to do options. It's just, as I've stated, they're just very expensive in Canada, at least with my brokerage. And I haven't quite figured out the best way to evaluate the premiums to make sure I'm getting the best deal. Well, you can, but then that's a naked call, and that's illegal. Wealthsimple's garbage, no commission trading. They're like Robinhood. They're predatory, and they use they sell your information and they give you bad executions. And when you're moving mega dollars, you don't want that kind of garbage. I don't mind the $10 commission when you're making $1,000, $4,000 a day. Execution speed does matter. Yeah. No, I know Zekdra. You can do a naked call. Generally, your brokerage would stop you, but it is possible. I do have the underlying shares. I can write, some sells for, I could write some puts. Puts? Yeah, it would be puts I'm writing. Well, I guess I could write a call as well. I would just give them the option of selling at this price, which makes me the buyer, or I give them the option of getting it at this price, which makes me the seller, depending which way you look at it. And then if I'm wrong, I have to use my $14 stocks to give to them at whatever discount price I selected. Yeah, I get the idea. Just not something I'm really confident in. That's true, Thumb. That's true. But for $10, it's not killing me. Yeah. Yeah. I get the idea. But anyways, so it looks like our cyclic lines here, we basically had a reversal. So we were trending slightly downwards, and our reversal was trending sideways. Okay, so then let's see what the 0.75 gets us. So that is at 11:31. We'll see the next change. So we can expect this to basically just keep bouncing around, sideways. So probably no greater than 973. Oh, unless. Now see how this one was up? So maybe let's adjust this. Now that we have new data. Let's see, maybe if we adjust this. Okay, so let's try that. If this and this are our indicators of our turnaround points. Because this one here was kind of a spike up and then it went down. So I kind of want the chart to be more like that. So, but then this, is the turnaround. Up we go. There should be one here, right? Again, I'm not super pro at using this, but it does work as a general indication of
turn around, but then this one doesn't line up, right? Yeah. As this chart completes, like as it moves on, we will be able to see after the fact where this chart would work. We could probably find the proper, like if I took this and I dragged it to, let's say, here, I could probably find the pattern because that's a completed chart. So reversal, going down, tries to go, continues, reversal, stops, goes flat, reversal, reversal, here, and then this one would end right here. So, no, this isn't quite lining up. But anyways, yeah, I don't really know how to use these lines too perfectly. We're just trying something new. But these lines, the y-axis, definitely line up. Where the x-axis I'm kind of new to, because it's not that important. But it's kind of fun to look at. Kind of gets you a indicator of when to pay attention. So anyways, let's take a look at the broader market, even though it's all going really slow right now. Yeah, so the Dow kind of did that as predicted. S&P's doing better than I thought it would. NASDAQ, beautiful. That's a yummy up. But see, yeah, this is what this is used for. So if we put it down here and we put it here, normally you would expect somewhere around a 25%. This is about a 10% retraction, so that's very positive. Normally it would go to here or here in a normal case. Let's say if we look at the top of this guy and from this guy. So if we make this one big green, right? This guy here went to 2.5, slowed down a little bit, but he essentially went to 6.18 and then reversed back up to 2.5, leveled out at 6.18 again. Then it started playing around 5 but couldn't do it. So it kicked down and went into the low 7.5s to recover, right? So that's kind of how this chart works, just doing it roughly. It'll come towards those lines. Yeah. So anyways, so that's what we're up to. So now we're at the higher lines. That's good. We're at 0.25. So if we play up in here, this is easy for us to escape to 0. Or the top. Which is probably not this guy, which is more likely this guy. So if we take the big guy and we drag ourselves from the top to the bottom here, then we're right now flirting around the 0.5 line. So we're going to want to try to get up to 0.38, which you can see is what happened here and was what happened here. And see, we hit the 0.5 line and we bounced away from it. We came back, couldn't do it, bounced away from it, got over it, went above, couldn't do it. And so, but we don't want to stay on the line. This is more accurate since I used a top and a bottom, which could be summarized as just a long green and a long red. If you compress it, you flatten it. So this will play out better on the y-axis. As for the x-axis, I don't know. As I've said a few times now, maybe we'll complete within this time frame. I don't know. We'll see. So GME's gone flat and the Dow's gone up. So that should be positive for us. Should be seeing upwards motion. Oh, apparently Matt's channel has gone up. He survived the Inquisition. Let's see if we can draw a pennant. Probably. So whenever you detect indecision, you can generally make a pennant. So let's actually kill the drawings. So this is indecision. This is indecision. And then these slopes are decisions. They're confidence, showing confidence, right? So we have a W here, but it has a higher middle. So actually, we're at risk of making a crown here if we're not careful. So a W, if you see a W, which you can kind of roughly see here, but you notice that the W has a taller middle than its shoulders, then either the shoulder's being made by the time you detect this, or it has been made. You run the risk of basically coming back down. Easy come, easy go. Money, right? But let's go, so a pennant, you could draw a pennant here probably, but this is like way too little data. You could draw a pennant here, but your bottoms are bad. So your bottom is here. So how are you going to draw a pennant with this guy, right? You could have made probably a really tight pennant right here, and that's what this was. So it didn't break out and it broke down. And you could probably build a bigger one off of this, but this is really screwing you. This is then saying that there's a U versus a pennant, because it decided twice where it wants to go. So the indecision's here, but we didn't get any height, so we're kind of just growing. So it's more of let's see here. It's more of a channel. So we're just growing, so you got more of a channel. But if that channel breaks down, then we're going to go into a crown pattern. If the channel continues, then we're going to go into a three kings, and we're going to have a decision here or here, which would cause a breakdown in the channel or a breakout in the channel. And if we keep going along, because the three kings is kind of a continuation pattern, as we get higher and higher, we'll start getting technical breakouts from the peaks and the valleys from our forefathers, right? But yeah, so to answer the thing, I don't think you can really do a pennant here, just because of this guy right here kind of fucks it right up. You might be able to pull something off, though, with this. There's definitely a rising bottom. So you could definitely say there's a growing floor here, but I don't know if this means anything. Now we could add some more lines here. So if we put this guy here, and we do the valley here, this guy, which is out of scope, and this guy here, and probably this guy here, and see where they line up. Okay, so we might have something here. So basically, if we get a breakout, then this guy's going to be our boost, or he's going to give us problems, right? And then we'll probably break out from him. So we just gap down on low volume. So going the other way, we hit here, then we busted through, getting a boost into the negativity. So then we're going to probably come back, play within this line, and take off. So this guy's where we are right now. So we're going to probably keep going down because there's no real support right here. So we're going to probably end up on this black line, which then, again, builds the crown shape, see? So we're at a very real risk of doing the crown. If we go into a crown, so if we get down to basically the crown, so if we get down to right here, then we run the risk of basically falling to 962. So that would be the proper crown shape. But we have two things of support here, really weak, that should be slowing us down. But it's something to keep in mind. If this was just a straight line up like this, then we likely just crash. But right now we're being held up. So we'll see how that plays out. But we also got really bad volume. So anything goes when it's low volume. You can't predict the future. Oh, this one's higher. Yeah. So this is not a three kings. This is going into a crown shape. So it basically broke the channel so we didn't get the height we needed. So now we're in a phase of negativity. Now the question is, how much negativity? And if there's no positivity to counter this, it will complete the crown shape. So essentially it's going to fall till it hits the next major support line, thus creating a crown. But if we can get a kick out right here, this would be the spot, and this would then make the W shape. It's also very common. Then when we get here, we'd have to make a decision if we're going to keep going up or we're going to come back down. So that's what we're doing right now. Our buyers and our sellers are trying to decide if they're going to break past this. And then we have another support line right here, if they do. And then that will decide if they're going to make a W. A big W or whatever. But this is the deciding moment right now. Whether or not it's going to... There we go, that's a little better. Whether or not it's going to play ball. I will just leave this up because it'll play out. Okay. Yeah. That's... I really hate GME's charts. They're fucking garbage all over the place. But essentially, inside this fucking soup, there's a U shape, which is healthy. So the negativity starts, it eases out and goes away. What's actually happened is the chart did this, but it's following a U shape. So if we get out of the 1 minute and we look at like a 5 minute or something, that's wrong click. You can kind of see the U shape, right? But they have bursts of excitement, so that's healthy. That means, the stock's not dead. People are trying, and you can see the volume supports that, so that's good. So now that they're on the edge of the U shape, the first part is here. They'd have to decide. The second part is the midpoint, which is, this is the top. The midpoint would be right about here, where they had previous resistance. So you should be able to get green from here to here without much trouble. So it's now on its recovery or its rising stage, and then it'll have to decide here whether or not. So we'll leave that up. That'll probably take the next 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 to 4 minutes, and we'll see that play out. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing that. It's hard when the volume's not consistent. It's essentially like people stepping on the brakes and the gas randomly when the volume is low. So you can't really predict where you're going to go because there's no commitment to any direction. And so it makes things a lot harder. But we keep getting commitment on the buys, so that is good. People do want it to go up, but they're essentially just buying and holding. They're not selling, which is great, but they're not constantly buying. They're just getting in and then stepping out of the market, letting the sellers do their thing, then stepping back in. So, yeah, I mean, that's good. It could be a lot worse. So, here, GME has a lot of constant buying with moments of sell, which are, people just playing the stock market, whatever. It's these you got to look out for, ramping up volume. And of course, you can see on the chart, that's not good, right? Volume ramps up. It's way higher than anything around it. That's, incredible negativity. And you see that the buyers came in here and got crushed. They got pushed down. Here, the buyers push back. So you have a long stick at the bottom. Same thing here. Huge sell. Buyers pushed it back to 60% or so. So not bad. But they did that on like no volume, right? This was probably high buy volume, and the sellers just crushed it. So that shows you that you're not getting over 180 anytime soon. And so when the buyers did push over 180, this is what happened, right? So this tells you right here that no, you're not getting over 180 without some major change. So you should not be buying in because it is going to keep going. And that's what happened here. But they just said, nah, fuck it. We're going to chance it. And then they paid the price. Right? So anyways, that's how you kind of read charts. There's two people, buyers and sellers, and you got to get into their head, what they're thinking. And of course, you can only go so far with that. But that's what happened here. So this would have been high risk buy-in. Now, if you bought in down here, you probably would have a moment of recovery because that's an oversell and you can see it. But that recovery, you have to get out before it rolls, right? So you have to be a really quick, but you would have made a quick, let's say 2.5%. So, if you're good at what you do, I can do that with the paper trade because it's fast. I can't do it with my phone. It's by the time I get the trade loaded up, it's already fucking over. How's EENF these days? Living the dream, I guess. How much did it lose in the morning? Oh, God. Fuck me. So it gapped up about 20% and then just lost it all. Yes. Can't look at that. I definitely want to buy ENF. I would, at risk of getting in trouble with the SEC, this guy looks pretty awesome. Incredible power behind this stock. Kind of like with GME back in the day. I don't know if it's a good buy right now, just because it's come down from a huge high. But if you're going for the long term, I think this is a good thing to throw your money at. But that's my personal opinion. Because we are possibly going into a market recession. We're overdue for one. But the whole market's on drugs. Like, it's just taken off. If we look at the Dow over the last 5 years, like, it's just on total crack. So, we had this because of the pandemic, and maybe this is our payment for this drug-fueled, we in one few months, I should say, we basically erased ourselves back to 2016. So if you put your money anywhere in 2016 and you're like, wow, I got so much, it's all gone, right? If you bought any time after 2016, you were losing money in general sense, right? But we've been basically on a tirade since forever. But our last slowdown was 2019. But you see how like this, and then there's kind of a slow period from 1997 or 96, if you will, kind of slowed down. But look at the sharpness of what we came out, right? We came out, or the US, not we, came out swinging, right? So we got hit in 2008, and then you get hit about every 10 years. So 2018, there was kind of it, and then we felt the effects of the pandemic, which is this one. So maybe we're clear for another 10 years. But look at the velocity. Like, it is just fucking vertical, right? As the retail investors have gotten in. So that's just a lot. That's dangerous when it's almost straight up. It's not good. Just like when it's straight down, very not good. You want kind of this, right? So anyways, that is something we should keep in. That's the macro, the big picture. Got to keep that in mind, right? It's not showing any signs of slowing down yet. It actually looks like the start of a run. So maybe because we had this, that was our payment, right? But we should be aware that, by sometime by 2028, we're overdue for another payment, right? If that was our payment. 2018 was a payment. So then, we're coming up on one in the next 8 years. Not even 8 years, next 5 years. So we'll see indications, we'll see slowdown, we'll see curving before that happens. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's something to keep in mind. But for AMC, we'll be at $30 before any of that recession crap happens. Our biggest concern is a second wave of pandemic. That will kick us in the balls more than anything. So it actually looks like it played out exactly to the W. So if I was just a mess of stock, if I was just to draw the chart here, it did this, right? So if we take this part, and this part is our W, and we're going into a second part, so W has consistent bottoms and either a smaller middle or equal middle, but generally the middle's slightly smaller, which it is in this case. Then the next part of the W is this part. Now on a W, on the arm part, on the exiting arm part, it either breaks down right at the bottom of the W, which is kind of rare. Sometimes it goes like a little bit up and rolls. Most likely it breaks around the halfway point and goes down, or it continues. But usually it breaks here if there's negativity, and that's what we're seeing right here. So the top will be this guy here, and the halfway point is actually probably a little higher. So we didn't quite make it, but usually you get to here and then you'll curve down. If you start seeing negativity before the halfway point, there's a chance that it will basically go and recover. The halfway point really is the one that causes you trouble. So that's how you kind of do a W. Now we could say that if this is the bottom of the W, right, which we hit, we could say that this is maybe the roll. But we did get some sizable distance here, although it's really fucking hard to tell with all these flats. I really can't tell where the hell this thing's going on, because look at all these like zero volume flats, right? So it's hard to tell, but yeah, that's kind of how you'd read a W if I was to redraw it, because it's so messy. Like this one, it basically did this. This is what the stock's been doing, right? But that's because of the low volume. Now the upside is we didn't complete a crown, so that's good. So I think we've staved off the crashing. That's good. But the fact we didn't complete a W means we could roll, and then we could go back into dangerous potential completing the crown kind of deal. But yeah, we need this volume down here to, this is the volume for all you that are new. We need this thing to look more like this all the time. Or this. This bottom feeding is absolutely shit. And makes predicting the stock hard. Okay, so we just gapped up. So we might be just completing the W, right? But really half-assily. So now we're at the halfway mark was right here. Right? If this is the top, that's about halfway. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, maybe it's hard to tell. Again, this is where this little Gantt box thing is useful. If I put this down, there's the halfway. So we were basically just getting some trouble at the halfway mark. We're now at the 38 mark, and basically we should go from halfway to all the way to the top. So in the W pattern, you basically paid going down. You got rid of all your paper hands. Your buyers come back, but they're not strong enough. Then your sellers come back, but they're not strong enough either. So then the next time your buyers end up getting a velocity. Unless, they collapse at the halfway or they collapse at the 100% mark. Then they ran out of steam, right? But if they can make it to here, then, that's where they can take off from. But these in-between points, because you're in the buying mode, so you're in selling mode, buying mode, selling mode, you know you're in a buying mode, you can generally bet between the 0 point and the midpoint that it's going up, and the midpoint to the 100% point that it's going up. That's generally guaranteed money. I would say 80% of the time or more, it's correct. And you're seeing that right now. So on large W's, that can be a price difference of, $2, right? And if you got a gazillion shares, so we're trading on the pennies right now, but anyways, you get the idea. It's a good technical that comes up a lot. So right now we're going to try to get over this line. And this is going to be our problem line. Right now we're just dealing with this garbage here, a little bit of chop slowing us down. Yeah. Anyways. Yes. And welcome to all the new people. We're getting there. Oh, I see there's some messages in the chat. I got tagged. Oh, my risk is high risk from my standpoint. I go all out all the time, but I do have money. I have to maintain my principal, right? So I don't really take on any trades that would force me to lose my principal. But I don't care if I have to sit for a month to get my money back. I just care if the stock is going down and will never come back. Then there's a risk to my principal, but AMC is not that kind of stock, which is why I trade it. It's a value stock right now. It's just taking its dear sweet time to get to 30. Some days it speeds up, some days it slows down, but at the end of the day, AMC is not going into the garbage pail. And that's all I care about. I prefer if it had more volume because, it's slow as shit sometimes. But it looks like most of the meme stocks are slowing down just because everyone's broke. So this one's still taking its time getting up there. Let's see here. Okay, SOS. Yeah, good old SOS. And thanks, Zeus. I try to give you guys, what I can here. No hype, no spin, no clown show. It's better for me and better for you. So I can't play this right now because my money's locked up. I could throw in some paper money here, but right now it's got probably a 50% chance of going down. So if I make a bet, it's not a clear bet right now. So there's no point making a bet. I have a long-standing bet on AMC up here, but that's just a wait for my money to come back, just like Roblox. Roblox keeps surging up, but fundamentally this stock is going down. It's just going down, but it's going through its dead cat bounces. But eventually, this is going to pay out as well. I could bet that GME is going to go up to about 178, but to make profit on that, I would have to have $1 million. So even though it's clear that we'll probably go into this territory, 7, 8. So if I traded 8,000 shares, I could make $8,000 between here and here, but then my base cost would be almost $1 million, right? So there's some things I can't trade because I just don't have the capital. And if you tried to trade here, there's a risk of it going down because you don't know if the U-shape's going to complete itself, right? Now that the U-shape's halfway done, we're pretty much guaranteed it's going to go to the shoulders, after which it then decides if it's going to go down or up. And if it goes up, we might complete the larger U-shape, so then you could bet from here to here that you're going to make money. Once we're over 178, it's probably guaranteed green. You still run the risk of the halfway point being a trouble, but in this case, it's a larger picture. So anyways, you get the idea. So I am high risk, but I'm not stupid. So I definitely avoid, insane risk, insane chances. So yeah. No. So just to recap, so I trade with real money on a phone, but what you're seeing on the screen is paper money because this is a US thing, and I can't link my account to this, what you see on the screen. So the trades I make on the screen here are paper money, and they're just arbitrary and high risk and for fun, but they do match what I would do normally if I had, all this money in the world that the paper trading is giving me, right? But my real trades, I do, and I announce them on this channel. But most of us are stuck here at 14,000. So if we go back almost a month, almost everybody in the channel's here. So we were trading this pretty good, making our killings, right? But we got stuck with the stupid fucking robot that held the price. And because it was going into a weekend, the 19th of March, we were like, okay, we'll take our gamble. But then we got burned with 15% loss, basically. And then it was stabilizing. So it's like, okay, I can handle 11% loss. And then the damn thing went down, another 20%. And then another 20%. And so at a 40% loss, right? 28% loss, there's no point in selling at that point. It's going to rebound. So it went down to 35, came back to 21. We kind of leveled out. And it's like, okay. So now we're in basically a giant U. So this part should have been a little bit sooner. Like we should have gotten out, on the 5th. You can kind of ignore these parts. They're just overselling or overbuying. But we're kind of piss-assing our way to the uptick. So right now it's just discount time. But we're going to have our U shape. Just like, here. It's the same thing, right? Down, up. So anyways, my money's stuck up here. So with most people. So I can't do real money trading right now because I have $63,000 right here. Once it's free, I'll go back to day trading. But right now I'm a long-term diamond hander is what I'm doing. So I just day trade for fun. And yeah, keeps me from blowing my brains out on the stream because low volume is boring as shit for everyone. But at least if you trade some stocks, there's a little bit of excitement. So now with GME, we're at the decision point. See? Easy peasy money, squeezy. And the good news too is, all my calls are recorded. You can go back and watch all my calls and you can see how shitty or how good I am. So I don't hide anything. So I generally make pretty good calls, not to trump myself up. It's just you can't predict volume. So when the volume decides to just fucking go take a dirt nap, the stock can go anywhere. And then if you don't get the volume, like say here, you get a dirt nap, you end up breaking technicals and start collapsing because you're just not getting enough steam. And then when you start collapsing on the technicals, the volume will show up because you're dying or you're, in the good sense, going up. But there's nothing you can do to stop this except for pumping up the stock. You need people. You need fresh money. So for that to happen, you need sentiment to change. You need people to think positively about AMC. And that will then turn things around. But that's also illegal and hard to do unless you like spamming Reddit and don't mind going to jail. So that's why we can't really control the volume. So we're at its mercy, and the best we can do is try to step out of its way when it's not going the way we think it should. So here we're starting to show slowdown, which is not good. Yeah, so we're basically hitting this roof right here. Yeah. And this will be our next major roof, or ceiling is the proper term. So, yeah.
So this W basically collapsed on itself. So we did a W right here. And then basically the decision was no. So then you can also see this as when you hit a roof, you usually bounce against it about 3 times. And then the third time you either go through or you go down. So we had a W here, which is often the case when you're banging against a roof. And that was our 1. Well, that didn't count, so that's our 2. So we should actually get a third hit on the roof. So we should see actually some positivity, and then maybe we'll break down. The volume's ramping up, so actually we may get positivity here. But there's multiple things at play right now. So let's just put the support. So this is the ceiling and this is the floor. We go below this line, we'll break down to probably some other floor, which is here. And if we go above this line, we'll jump up. There's also a line here you can see from these 2 guys. But yeah. So we banged against there's your W. Your W did not complete. It collapses. Fine. But it didn't collapse hard, so that's good. So yeah, maybe we're going to form up another W. Who knows? But yeah, so the first one's here and the second one's here. This one goes like this. We might be just doing a mini U. And then that will be our 1, 2, 3. That'll be our third hit, which might give us the energy to blow through. And this is where your little cyclic line things kind of work out. So I don't know how to draw this thing. Oh yeah, you do this. Right, you draw from 1 to 2. So the next one will be here. Yeah, so that might play out. Because W's tend to have the exact same. So W's, the pattern, W pattern, right, is just a way of expressing something that's happening. There's a whole bunch of psychology behind it. But the bottom piece here usually is about the same size. And the middle piece is usually 50-50. Not always, but usually. But these almost always are the same size. They may be off by like a minute or 2, but they're generally the same size. So if you don't see if this is 5 minutes, and 5 minutes you don't see the takeoff, then that's when you're going to curve. So you can kind of use that as a basis. And the recovery is not always the same down and same up. Usually it's always down harder and it takes more time to go up. But it wouldn't be a W, right, if it didn't have similar walls. It would be whatever the hell that is, you know? If I delete this and we go into a W, a failed W, it would look like that. So whatever shape that is. A really bad U, right? And that's how W's can turn into U's, because the psychology of it is that they're trying to get out, but they're not making new lows. So they try to get out, give up a bit, right? Try again, fail, try again, whatever. But eventually they're still trying, so eventually the sellers bugger off. And then if you average that out, that's how you get a U shape, right? So they kind of all play into each other. But the psychology of it is buyers and sellers are fighting against each other. We're going into like a larger U shape here, which if we zoom out, we're in a big U shape. I don't like the fact we kind of broke down here. I would have liked us to stay flat. But, you know, if we can't get enough upwards motion, we're going to just keep trickling down. Because if you're not going up, you're going down. And, yeah. And you kind of saw that here. U shape. Didn't get enough height. So we trickled down. Then we got a U shape. Didn't get enough height. So we broke down and we'll get a U shape. And if we don't get enough height, we'll break down again. And which is why it's important that we get into the 10s and the 11s as fast as possible. Because if we don't, the larger U shape, which is here, right? We don't want to get into the 927s or the 9s because then we risk a technical breakdown. Now, right now, we're kind of okay. We're leveling out on the big U shape. But I want to see some positivity, get us back into the 10s and the 1050s. And then things will be a little safer, if you will. So we don't have a technical breakdown of this. But anyways, it's discount 10D time, basically. But you should be willing to sell your position if we get to around 930. Yeah. Oh, there's a message here. Nope, nothing important. Okay. Hedgy. Yeah. Well, I can short sell as well, right? So you could technically buy more shares and just ride it up, or you could do a covered call. There's tons of stuff you can do on the stock market, right? Option trading, the benefit is that you can bet with less money, and you're not obligated to buy or sell unless you're the writer of the contract. So you can essentially hedge against loss. If you want to do it that way, but it's it's just another tool in the toolbox. When you could also just buy some shares, why not just buy here? Now, of course, all my money's locked in, so I could write a call saying, okay, I'll sell all my shit at 14, and then if it never gets there, I make money. If it gets there, I lose all my shares for nothing, right? That's valid. Yeah, that's something I could be doing right now. But it's not guaranteed that there'll be a buyer for my $14 call, right? Let's see, SOS. Sure, I can take a look at things like that while we wait for the stock to run its course. Okay, so it's a $5 foot long. Let's look at its long term. So yeah, that's what I thought. So it's a recovery, but you have to need to know why it's recovering, right? So this stock was $84 and now it's $5. That kind of retraction, right? You don't walk away from it. It takes a while. So you've lost how much of your company? You lost 98% of your company for some reason over time. And so now you've regained over less than a quarter of the time. You've regained 15. That's if you're going up. But if you were holding, you would have regained 5%. So if you held, you went from 99% to 96%. If you bought in at the bottom, you would have made 15 times your money. So if we did a quick, did this, right? And you did a quick box of it, you would have, I don't know why these lines are bunching up. Oh, I guess maybe because it's over such a long time period. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, if I just manually draw it. So if you do this, here's your 5 in your thirds. So you've already done this one. You're now at the 5 mark, which is where you're seeing hesitation. So if you do the math properly, there probably is a little bit of money to be made up to $9. But you run the risk, you're in the negative path right now, so you run the risk of going back down to $2. But I would say this is a good buy, not a guaranteed buy. And you'd have to watch out for when you get back to $9. If it gets past $9, then you're looking at it going to probably $23. So you could buy in when it's $9 and ride it to 23. But I would need to know why and what, because generally you don't walk away from something like that. So usually you get a dead cat, which is what's possibly going on right now, and then you go back or go down worse. So either you make a W or you go into a crash, right? So you're currently at this point right here. So you could be cresting. I don't know. If the 50% mark's a good spot to crest. So if we're measuring from here, the 50% mark is a good spot. It'll hit resistance. If it crests, then you don't want to buy in on this. You want to buy in when it's clear that it's going up. And this is probably $9. So buy either here or here. But right now, I don't know if you're here or here. If you're here, then it's a good buy until you hit $9, which is what I just said like a second ago. But you could be cresting, and if you are, then you're in the bad side of things. The way to find out is that basically, does it look like it's going back down to 60 cents? I don't know if that's easy to tell, but yeah, no risk, no reward, right? So if you follow this stock and we look at the short term, you know, it's got a lot of negativity, and earlier in December it was $1. So is it worth it? Most of the money's already been taken out. I don't know, right? I'd have to really get a feel. There's drops down to 4, but you kind of stayed above 4. We're right now at 5. Yeah, it might be a good gamble, but there's a lot you have to weigh out before you can make a decision. Or just take a shot in the dark. It's 50-50, and have it sell when it gets to 9, which is around here. Or sell when it sell when it goes to 12, 14. You could do that. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind taking a look at random stocks from time to time, especially when we're going so slow. Like we're just trending sideways right now. And it's not hard for me to analyze a stock. Like I can't give you the answers because I don't know, but I can tell you what I do know or what I can see, right? And then as you get more and more information, you basically start piecing together a better picture, and then you get more confident in your decisions. And that's basically stock trading in a nutshell. Yeah. Yeah. I agree on that one. Oof, look at her go. So she did do the S, and then she came back, but then ultimately did another S or N shape and took off. Yeah, I call it an S, like this, but it's shaped like that, right? So, but to me, the stock is making the S, right? But the pattern is, it looks like an N. So for those that are thoroughly confused why I keep calling it an S, because when I think of a stock, I think of it as moving like this. So you're seeing, like it's physically going this direction. He's turning around and going this way. So we're looking at a top down of a person moving. The chart basically just shows you the end result of his path. Or I think of it as a water level, or energy in, energy out, sentiment positive, sentiment bad. But for patterns, I see it as motion, and then the motion is, he's going this way, he's going that way. So he's moving in an S shape, ends up drawing an N. If you're looking at it from a side view, it's an N. If you're looking at it from a top view, then it's an S, right? So just to add some confusion to your life, because most people see a chart as top, bottom. I see a chart as left, right. You're looking down from a top view. So you're playing a tug of war, green versus red. So, this is your battlefield, and your enemy tanks are here. So you're looking at a tug of war between two fronts. Or if I look at it from a side view, I'm looking at it like a water level in a tank. And I take that perspective when I'm trying to weigh out the market. So if we look at the Dow, this is like a rising water level. So the chart's just telling me where the water level is on the side of the tank at any given time. And we have a constant tank, and it has a water level. Where it is, the reading is here. So this is a graph of the water level over time. Water level, time. And so we lose water because sellers and other market factors. The general market dumps in a little bit of water, but the majority of the water is from the singular traders of our stock. And so you weigh it all out, and that tells you where your water level is going to be, right? And that's what we're doing all the time throughout the day. Yeah. Whereas something like this, when the volume's very low, we have two camps of people. So we do have to, pay attention to the water level. We've got to keep looking at the Dow to see what it's doing. But really what's going on right now is there's two camps. One is unhappy and one is happy. And then we look at the volume to see if happiness or negativity is winning. And right now they're equally matched. There is more happy people, but the negativity is stronger. We have more soldiers, but these soldiers fight stronger at the moment. And then the Dow is going to help us. It's going to lift this line over time. It's slowly going to raise this line. So even if this part doesn't change, if this war is a stalemate between these two people, we get no new money, no new nothing, we will slowly lift over time because the Dow is lifting. Whoops, wrong one. Right? So that's the way to kind of think of this all. So when that doesn't happen, if you're not slowly lifting over time, it means these guys are getting stronger. And you'll see that with the volume, or you'll see more aggressive price motions. And then if our guys, if we're on the buying side, don't step up to the plate, these guys will win and you'll have a crash, regardless of how good the market's doing. So you have to constantly balance all these people, all these factors in play to get an idea of what's going on. And then you can use patterns to kind of summarize, like U-shapes and W's and all that. Anyways, so that's how you do the stock market in a nutshell for those that are just joining us now, halfway through the trading day, or a fifth of the way, 4 o'clock, 9, 10, third of the way. I'm going to go get some food because we're just going sideways. And we got to wait this out. There's nothing going on here. Now, GME touched the line, and see what happened when it touched the line? It basically rolled over, but you can think of this as it just bounced off of it. So hopefully it's going to bounce back. But usually when you hit a resistance line, it does have some form of back. But if the water level is slowly rising, you will come back eventually. And if you come back slow enough, your bounces are so tiny that you eventually go through. And that happens on low volume days, positive low volume days. On negative volume days, so you're slowly draining the tank, you'll come up with steam for whatever reason. Then when you get knocked back, you won't have enough steam, so you'll just collapse on yourself, and you'll basically do a W, and you'll die at the middle part. The 50% on the coming back, you'll die. But looking at the broader market, everything's green. Everything looks Millhouse. So we are more likely to do the bounce kickback on the GME stock here than we are to collapse on ourselves. So we'll see that come to be. I'll just put a line here. But we're basically finished this U-shape here. And we're now looking at doing this U-shape here. So that's good. Usually, if it's a rollover, the decision point is right on the line. This looks like it's been pushed back. A roll usually goes up and has no energy and comes down. And that shows the buyers had enough strength to get through the line, but that was it. So the seller's turn to take over. Whereas this is usually profit taking. So you've completed a pattern, the day traders or whatever get their money out, but they're not gone. They're still going to buy. They just are getting out before anybody else gets out. So that's healthy. That's normal. You just had a large up. You have a 20-30% retraction. That's perfect. That's really good, actually. So bouncing off a line is not a problem. Going over a line and coming back down, that shows negativity. But of course, you have to read the bigger picture, right? So if this was your last chance to get through the line and you didn't make it, that's really negative. If it's your first time, it's not a big thing. It's actually positive because of all the other constructive factors, right? So that's the bigger picture you got to keep in mind. So anyways, that being said, I'll let this run its course, and we'll let this run its course. And I'm going to get some food because I am fucking hungry. Yeah, so the low volume, I don't know why. Generally, low volume, in a general sense, is uncertainty. When it's a good buy or it's a bad buy, price moves. If people are unsure, they do two things. They either sell or they hold. Or they take on positions if they're short sellers, right? But generally, in the most general sense, when you have low volume, it's because no one knows what to do. So if you extrapolate that, there's uncertainty about AMC opening. There's pandemics, there's yield rates, there's a market crash coming. There's fear, right? So it's not a guaranteed buy. Now, we all know it's going to be $30 probably by December, right? Or somewhere around there. We'll probably spike to 30 before December. But our core growth of this company, because we're recovering, our health will recover us to a $30 base price by December, let's say. Nothing's guaranteed. But if it's not a short-term win, why would I invest in this company when I can invest in another one that's going off the handles today, right? Why don't I pick another meme stock? So you don't get the volume because there's no guaranteed return. They can't see it yet. But the good news is, at least in our case, we're coming out of the U-shape, right? Like once that U-shape kicks off, our volume will quadruple. It's just the fact that we're in the bottom of a U-shape right here, and we should have gotten, velocity any one of these days, right? And so you see the volumes taking a nosedive after here because people are like, well, if we didn't go here, I'm going to wait to see. I'm not selling, but I'm not buying because I want to wait and see. And then it starts to level out. People are like, okay, I'll get in. But there's no real commitment. So then it trickles out and it dies because there's no commitment. Then it gets too low and people buy in because they're like, okay, it's discount time. But then there's no commitment. So we run the risk of a further crash if we can't get our launch sometime soon. But once we get our launch, once we get into this curve going up, then you're going to see people pile in because the fear of missing out, they don't want to miss out on the $11. And they sure as shit don't want to miss out on the $14, which is just around the corner. If we can get to 11, I would say this stock is a solid buy. I just don't know how long it's going to take us to get to friggin' 11 again because this stock is really, it needs a kick in the pants, really. Just a little bit of, shock paddles to kick us off to here. And once we get to here, then we can start our climb. But the good news is we're on the ass end of a lot of U-shapes, so that should be really, really, really soon. But I can't predict when. Just like here, I knew we were coming out, but I just couldn't predict when, and then poof, both these times we just take off like a rocket, right? This one caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting us to gap up. But you can't predict the market or we'd all be millionaires, right? We can only make educated guesses and hope for the best. Which is also why in this paper trading here, that's why you see all those reds. A, because it's a lot of money, and two, because they're just off by a little bit, right? So timing is hard, but luckily with the stock market, with stocks, you don't have to get it right. You just have to get the general direction right sometime, eventually. Anyways, so that's the long spiel. I'm going to get some food. I recommend you do the same if you haven't already, just because it's probably going to be the 12 o'clock. So there's the sell off because it's 12 o'clock. Oh, maybe that's what drawed it. So we completed the U shape right at 12 o'clock. So maybe this is undue bring down from the 12 o'clock sell off. You see the little bit of sell off in here. I mean, there's buyers in here, yes, but there's also sellers. Wherever there's buyers, there's sellers. So you have an increase in volume going into 12. Now, did we get affected by that? Yeah, we had a sell-off right at 12. Yeah, so maybe that's what happened, actually. Why are the time frames different? GameStop's way over here, and AMC is... Okay, that's really confusing me. Okay. All right, I'll be back. I need to eat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I for $5, I give a firm squeeze. That's why I have to use a hands-free headset. I got to keep my hands free for trading. Okay, switch hands. Okay, switch persons. You know.
So I made some sausage McMuffins, and then I decided to try to bite off the end of my tongue. That's painful. Oh, damn, that hurt. So I'm going to be here watching, but obviously I'll just mute the mic while I'm eating. Yeah, stock market's not a complex thing. You guys will, you'll get it in time. If you want to go like a step further than I do, then you need to really get into the news, and then you need to start predicting, like say AMC, right? So we know AMC delivers movies. So we need to understand the movie theaters' release schedules. We need to understand the politics that are going on there. We have to understand how they make decisions and the choices that they're going to probably make in the future. And then that's going to affect us, right? So we're just reacting to the fallout of everything that's happened. But if we wanted to get ahead of the curve, then we'd have to go and do our due diligence and go way back and keep going and dig and dig and dig into the psychology of all the players, right? Where I just simplify it and I go, are moviegoers going to go to the theater? Yes. Is the theaters going to be open? Yes. Is AMC going to tank themselves with stupidity? Maybe, but probably no. Do the movie companies hate them? No. Okay, so that's good enough. We're going to go in the buy direction. But if you knew enough, you could basically predict how much or when, right? But that's not necessary, and that's way more work than I really care about. But that's the bigger picture, and that's when you get commodity brokers, and they know all the major oil producers. They know how much is coming out of the refinery, so they can make the proper decisions, right? But we're trading a company that frankly doesn't really fucking matter. If it went under, it wouldn't really affect the world at all. Someone would take its place. So there's not a lot of detail to this company. We don't need to know the board of directors. We don't need to know how they think, other than the fact that they like money and they pay themselves way too much. I'm looking at you, Adam. $20 million fucking dollars as a bonus. Yeah, all right, buddy. Um, but I don't know the corporate structure, right? If you're a hedge fund manager and you make $1 billion a year, you've made $100 billion for your clients. Maybe you should take a little for yourself, right? So he made himself $1.6 billion for his clients, the shareholders, us, and the board of directors. So, whatever, right? But anyways, you get the idea. So as much as we seem simplistic in this, there is a few steps you could go. I just don't go there because it's just too much effort, and I don't really give a shit. I'll go there if something goes wrong because I need to know what's going on. But when the stock's going sideways, it doesn't really matter. And when the stock's going up, it doesn't matter. It only matters when it's crashing for no reason, really. Yeah. That's sausage McMuffin was excellent. Man. Normally they're not that great, but today I decided to toast the muffin part. That makes a considerable difference. Normally I'm just too lazy. Yeah. All we need is the guy from The Big Short, and who else could we have? Carrot Top. Larry King's dead though, so. Oh, George Carling. We could get him. Keanu Reeves. Yeah, we had Justin Bieber. I believe in AMC so much. I'm back from the dead, guys. And today I'm doing interviews. Man. What a guy. What a career, eh? All right. So, yeah, we're just going sideways. So, a couple of failed W's here. Here. So. But that's, yeah, basically because of where we were going into 12, and 12 drags you down. So, and then you break out from the channel, so you get a little bit of crash. Then it's quickly countered because it's an oversell. So that's perfect. But we go back to mid levels just because we don't have the energy. Even though it has ramped up the volume, I don't think we got the energy at the moment. Both the sellers and the buyers are fairly equally matched. We should get our buying power back around now-ish, actually. Yeah. Looks like they all had quick lunches. Should get a ramp up before 1 o'clock. Yeah. Good stuff, backstop. Yeah. It's true. Larry King would not say fool. That's too urban for him. There's no pity from that fool. Or for that fool, I should say. These little spikes of volume are interesting. Like, they don't do much, but they're just ploop, 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 ploop in a sea of despair. I'd be curious to know what this is. My guess is it's Reddit posts. You know, they make a post and it pumps, right? Or some YouTuber is like, oh, I'm going to buy now because, you know, whatever. So you get these sudden jumps. Because why? Like 12 o'clock, I get it. 41, 42. Like, what weird fucking times to just all of a sudden buy when you had the whole day and you didn't give a shit. Like, mornings make sense. After the dip makes sense. And then this is just what and why. So that's a mystery. Who they are and why. Like, this is sizable. We didn't go anywhere. So what? Like, what was the idea here? That we're at the bottom of a dip, which is the best time to buy because you think it's just going to do this? Meanwhile, it's failed how many times at doing that? So it's kind of like I can see a small amount of buyers doing that. You know, people make dumb choices all the time. I do too. But to have this much commitment, it's about 40 times. This guy here is about 40 times this guy here in volume.
and he's 4 times this guy here. So they all of a sudden just 40 times the people showed up, or 40 times the money to be more accurate, because it could just be one person. But why here, right? That just doesn't make a lot of sense. So usually when these sort of things happen, especially if it's a lot of money, it's they know something you don't know. So it doesn't make sense to you, but it makes sense to them. They pulled the trigger at this point for a reason. And then you'll see the confirmation generally quite soon that they know something you don't know. Because, yeah, that's a lot of volume out of nowhere. Yeah. Just like here, this is a heavy buy-in with very little sell pushdown. So this is, they think that the bottom has come, right? Now, if they find out that they're wrong, and we're not starting the upward swing, you'll see an equally large version of this, them getting out, right? And that would happen on the side of a crown, which is, you can see there's a crown here. And it pretty much happened right there. So they sold off, the people on the way up would have had to exit their positions here or take a loss, which is why these ones are basically mirrors of each other, which is how you get a crown shape. There's the psychology and there's the pattern. Anyways, so this one doesn't match the same size. So that means the amount of people that got in do not equal the amount of people that get out. So the people that are worried about losing their money, some of them, in fact, a lot of them stayed in, which means as you test, because it didn't actually go below this point, right? So as you test the bottom, then you run the risk of these people that are left over are going to bail as soon as it gets below here. And so that has to be kept in mind, right? The players that joined here, they're looking for an exit potentially. Just like this. They got in. Now they got profit taking, but then it becomes too much, and then these people are going to bail, and then as a result, you go further down because they all get out at the same time to try to minimize losses, right? Plus the additional people that may have sold late from up here. And then you go oversell. Then that's a good time to buy when you break below, because it's usually panic, and then you buy on panic and it gets corrected. Now the risk is it keeps going, but you just have a tight stop loss and then off you go. But in the case of a slow death like this, you got to watch, because people are like, I'll hold. Fuck, it's been 6 hours. Fuck it, I'm bored. You can't predict when that's going to happen, right? Where this, they're reacting to what they're seeing. When they're just slowly bleeding out, you can't predict when they're going to, kick the gas pedal or slam the brakes. So that gets dangerous, especially when right now, like right now, we're flirting on a line. If we go 1 cent lower, there's a good chance that we could go to 961. We'll drop down 5 cents. So we'll see. This is pretty dangerous territory for us. And GME is going nowhere quick either. So the Dow looks like it's going to probably drag us under that line. Yeah. Wow, look at this low volume. Okay, so that looks scary, but it really isn't. So you were here, and then it gapped up to here, then it gapped down to here, then it corrected back to here, and a little bit over. So this is like ultra low volume. Basically, there's no buyers or sellers, so this guy wants to sell his cow, wants to buy a cow, and there's only one cow being sold here, so the price jumps way up here. And then, there's only one cow being sold here, so the price jumps to there. Right? because technically the stock market is moved by buyers and sellers, but for every seller, you need a buyer, technically. There's a guy in the middle who accepts all the sells and accepts all the buys. Oh, geez. Now we're getting phallic. Okay, well, let's just quickly get through this photo. And that's your market maker guy. But you basically, if you have no, if you just have nothing but sellers and there's no buyers, technically the price shouldn't move. It will move because the market maker will pick it up. But in the grand scheme of things, on a real market, you have to have a match between these two people. And we're at a high utilization rate. And I think, if I got that correct, I should really Google it. We're basically, the market maker is running out of shares to provide this transactional. So when he completely runs out of shares, the stock market will start flying all over the place, and you'll see a lot more of this. And that's referred to as a thin market. And you'll tell too, you'll look at the buy, the bids, the asks, the buy and the sell prices. That's what they're offering to sell at, and this is what they're offering to buy at. And when these two numbers match, this number changes. And if these numbers get really wide, that basically the market is thin. So right now they're trading at the 50 cents, but I've seen GME trade at like $5 differences. So it'd be 170 to sell, and if you're going to buy, you have to pay 175. Or the other way around, he's selling at 175, right? That's the buyer's price because that's the seller's price. And this is the seller's price. If the seller wants to get rid of a share, he has to match to a buyer, and the buyer is only willing to pay this number, right? Depends on which direction you're looking from. But yeah, anyways, so the problem with a thin market is that if you want to get out of the market, you're going to get horrible prices because your buyers are going to be lower and lower and lower, or non-existent, right? And that's the downside. But the upside is that if you're in a heavily shorted stock and the price becomes erratic, then the short sellers get squeezed out because all of a sudden it jumps. And then when they have to all dump their shares, they have to buy in basically to cover. They're going to eat up all these prices that are garbage, throwing you to the moon, right? So anyone that's short selling AMC right now is playing with fire, just because it has such a high utilization rate, and the fact that it's a growth stock, which is probably why we see low volume. Like nobody's shorting and no one is buying. It's just kind of Deadsville. Because it's just too risky at this level to bet against the stock. And it's a good time to buy, but you don't know if it's going to keep going down. So then it's also, maybe too risky both directions. But of course, if you don't buy, the stock won't go up. So it's like, it's a double-edged sword. You got to get people to take the risk for the stock to get going. And that's something Reddit can help with. Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely. Your support matters, Taddy. Thank you for stopping by. We got a lot of new people today, which is good. And if you haven't subscribed, it will give you a notification if that's what you want. If not, don't worry. I'm here every day. You can just find me. You don't want to smash that subscribe button. But I'll remind you just because it's good for everyone. Yeah, I'm just reading the Reddit chat here. People are having a hard time transferring money. Cash App sends you apparently gifts if you keep money in their account. Yeah, no shit. If you have $1 million and they get 1% interest loaning out your money, it costs them nothing. They're just giving you gifts using your interest off your money. How about you give yourself gifts by investing that money? Gasp! That's what we're doing with the stock market. Yeah, jeez. Silly people. But I get a free McDonald's voucher every 6 months, valued at less than probably $3 to corporate McDonald's. But it's a $12 retail value. And I can make $12 with my eyes closed on this market. It's like, and all I had to do is just keep my money and not use it for over half a year. Uh-huh. Sounds great. Yeah. All right, so she's just trucking along. These are both closed. They both ended really good. Gold's kind of settling out. So that's good. I sold somewhere around here. Dodged the bullet. This one here is still doing its thing. NIO is finally going down. Didn't I bet on it going down? Oh, I closed. Okay. It's hitting a lot of support, so it might go up. It's hard to tell. This one has a lot of buying energy. So basically the buyers step out of the way, sit in the background, and then as soon as things start going good, they pile in. So it's not good to bet against it because you're like, oh, it's going to trickle out. It's going to bleed out. No, it has to be going down really hard or the buyers will turn it right around and you can get burned pretty good trying to short sell this. But once it's committed, see, it goes. But the buyers have a lot of strength. Like second it leveled out, the buyers just boom, 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 and then off they go, right? Same thing. They got lots of power. But once it gets going, it's committed. Yeah. Anyways, it's an interesting stock. Every stock has its personality. GME is a dying horse. Its last throws. Oh man. Yeah, so these people here, right? Once these people start seeing red, then you're looking at doomsday. And you got people here and here, but this is like the 120 crowd. So once you see red here, you'll gap down to here. This might give them some support, but they've already lost everybody, for well over a month. Yeah. And then you have all of these people here that are keeping the stock afloat. But maybe they're going to want to take their profit before they go back into 42 territory, right? But they don't have much support left. They got this guy, they're holding right here and right here. But this guy is this guy. And then you have this, and that's it. Maybe, I don't know, that's the same guy. And that's about the same guy. So they got 2 more lines before they decide to go full-on nuclear annihilation. So once they hit around $90, and 100 is probably going to be psychological. So this will be really bad territory if GME gets in. I would short sell the fuck out of it if it was $100. Just boom. Nuclear annihilation. But this is another stock where the buyers are quite strong. Just because of the hype. But I'm waiting for these long-term holders to not feel good about their stock. And we're slowly but surely getting there. The same could be said about us, but our company is at least growing. GME is reinventing themselves and hoping that they're going to take off. And, well, hope doesn't equate to nothing on the stock market, which is why their price went into oblivion. See, we don't look too bad when you don't zoom in like ridiculous. This should be the end of the U shape, but we have a good floor here. We should be out, by the 14th or so is really kind of what it looks like. We're just going through one of these basically. And we're kind of right here. Yeah, and there's another U shape there, U shape there. Now this was good because this was a big U, medium U, small U. So when you get this, it's showing confidence, right? But then we got hit by robot and pandemic. If that didn't happen, we would have just done that. We really got fucked on that day. Actually, we would have gone up to about here, about 21 or so, probably by the end of last month. And then, you zigzag your way up there, right? But the general trend is that. But, we got pooched. Now, the good news is this builds up a lot of support for us if we ever decide to come back here in the future. But the bad news is just, fuck, it takes forever. And we're now treading a little perilously close to going back into the lower nines. Yeah, anyways, but that's the nature of the stock market. Every day can't be an amazeball rich day. Yeah, see the ramp up in volume because it broke this guy right here. This guy, and it broke through this guy. So once he passed 960, then you're going to get an increase in volume. Luckily, the buyers are holding it up, but I don't know for how much longer. Yeah, they're holding at 960. So that's the support line. And then there was another one at 62, which is this guy. So hesitation as it got close, but then it busted through. And right now it's probably hesitating because of this guy. So if I adjust the line properly, this line is around 58 to be exact. And you also have these guys giving support and all that sort of stuff, blah, blah, blah. Where are we? Yeah, that's when we crashed. It's a while ago. Oh, here we go. Zoom. Yeah. So then there you go. They're getting close to the line, but they don't want to be there. So now hopefully we break out over this line and we can stay away from them because these are dangerous lines for us. Don't want to go under them. But we'll see. GME is up. The Dow's recovering. So yeah, we should be popping out. We'll see. Ah, we did. We popped out. Excellent. Good. People going on about hold on. I'm still reading. So I'm just reading the Reddit post from that one guy. And they're just trying to justify the stock price going down. They're like, oh, everything's good, don't worry. It's all ladder attacks and and dead cats. And then, of course, the classic lewd. You're going to see it come up in the chat in a second. But this lewd remarks. Classic. Try adjusting the chat here. Yeah. Damn. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're headed to 30. It's just a matter of when, not if. It's just AMC is taking its dear sweet time. Or at least we're getting more energy in the morning, which is good. Those last couple days were just killer. So slow. Yeah, but at least now we're getting there. Yeah, and that is the bigger picture on GME. GME is going to collapse on its own sword eventually. Like if we take a quick look at that. So I don't know when. It's hard to predict any of that, right? It could be now-ish, or it could be later. So if we were to just take a general, which one is it? Okay, here we go. So if we were to take a general projection like that, and then just drag it out. So if this is kind of where it was, this is where it was headed. The more I wiggle it, the more it moves to the left. Well, that's helpful. Okay, so if that's where it was generally heading previously, so this is where it wants to be right now. And this is where it is right now. So I would expect that over time, it would basically wiggle its way till it ends up, here, or have a sudden drop, come back, whatever. But at the end of it all, it's going to end up here. So $62 by May kind of deal. Or something like that. So a high of 100 and a low of 40. Now, if this delays the reckoning, then you could just keep shifting this out, wider, right? But it seems that when this stock decides to go, it's fairly negative, if not steeper than this. Like it's way more aggressive. So, yeah. Now, I mean, I guess it could mount a defense, but it would have to get over $336 again for it to take off. And the likelihood of that is, ridiculously low. However, this was a nothing stock and it got pumped, right? And you can see that there is a chunk here and a chunk here, and these are your long-term bag holders, where this is your temporaries and your temporaries. So if you add these two together, you've lifted the share price by about, a lot. So about 80%. So there's like $80 of value, let's say, in here. So 80 is going to be a really hard number to get under unless there's a lot of fear because of the lifts of these bag holders, right? But if the fear is strong enough, these guys have no support, so they'll go. And if you finally get down to here, you've murdered all of these guys, the 40, then these guys are going to go. So then it's the end of times for them. They're back down to 17. And that's kind of how it's going to play out. But we'll have to wait till we see you got strong bag holders, and we got to see the attack that's going to be mounted against them, in the coming month. We'll see. But that's basically going to be how this is going to probably play out. if something ridiculous doesn't happen, and just send it to the moon because somebody decides to win the lottery and put it all on GME or something funky. So we're still treading water. The Dow is, oh, I'm looking, I want to see the 1 day. Good. Dow's on its way up. So this is just basically following the trend line. So you zig and you zag over the line. But at the end of the day, it still turns out to be a giant dong. Aha, surprise. Yeah. It's like getting rickrolled, but surprise phallic shapes show up all over the place here. What's CL? No, so a naked call is when you write. Well, it's you may or may not have pants on, but when you do naked calls, you're selling something you don't have. You're writing a contract for someone to buy something at a certain price, and you don't have it, or sell something at a certain price, and you don't have it. So, well, naked calls would be you're going to sell something to somebody that you don't have. So you can buy them back from the market, but the risk is that the market moves so much that you end up losing a ton of money, right? And then you give the shares to that guy at a discount, and then he sells it to the market, making money. Or he keeps the shares if he's an idiot. Whatever he wants to do, right? It's just that's the idea of call. Naked calls are technically illegal, but the stock market doesn't work on instant. So like short selling, you have 3 days to find the shares. So you can short sell with no shares whatsoever. Most modern brokerages will let you borrow shares instantly, but you could technically short without having the shares and then buy them back. And that's actually how short selling originally worked. You had 3 days to ride your horse and give the person the shares, but you would just wait because now there's trains, and then you wait to the last friggin' minute, and then you give them the shares, but you bought them at a cheaper price, and then you keep the difference. Yeah. So it's all good. If you're going to buy a call, you're basically buying the option to buy a share at a certain price. And so the maximum you can lose is the premium. And so if you're planning to buy those shares anyways, you would either get them at the cheapest price, or they would expire worthless and you would lose that price and you'd have to buy them back. You would just buy them at market price, right? So, because why would you buy them at $14 if you could get them at $9? You just lose the 150 and buy. But if you already know which way the stock market's going to go, then why not just buy the shares, right? But the idea is that you can hedge, so there is no downside, if you will. It's all or nothing. and you can leverage. And those are the two benefits of option trades. You can do all or nothing, and you can do protected bets. And if you get really good, you can line up options into options, multi-leg trading, and then you can have stuff like go up and collapse on itself, and then because this one collapsed, the other one buys, and then this one trades this one to that one, and it gets really fucking complex. But that's some alpha level shit you can do, and you can't do that really with stocks. So that's another benefit of options. It's definitely the elite playground. Stocks are just kind of the simple playground. But simple also means less complex, which means less risk. But anyways, it's the nature of the beast. Yeah. And more reality, Taddy, to your message. Those big sell-offs are probably not institutionals. The people that are making money off this stock are regular retail investors. So they're like, oh, buy and hold. Well, the retail investors own like 97% of AME's available shares. Or the shares that are owned, we're like 97% owners of it. So the people that are doing most of the price motion are the retail investors. The very people that they say buy and hold, don't sell, are the ones that are fucking selling. This is all retail investors. All of this whole mess, retail investors, right? So I find it funny because they're just like, oh yay, we're sticking it to the man. It's like your revolution has no power, and there's the man, right? And look at his volume. He's not doing too much, right? And then you come back with this was a $10 million push at the end here. And what did you get for it? Nothing, you know. Anyways, it's I just find that part ironic. You know, I like the idea, I like the concept, but that's not how the stock market works. If you're going to try to do like a pump and dump, it has to be quick, and you have to catch them off guard, because once they're ready, they're stronger than you, and they'll kick your ass into oblivion. But if you catch them off guard, you can do something to them before they can react. Some guerrilla warfare. That's the only way you can hurt the big players. But a lot of the big players too are going long. So there's the technical breakout. They're not all short sellers. Now this one's gone like robotically flat. It's trading on the tens of pennies. And we are going to fall. We're just trickling down. I think we're okay. It's hard to tell. So a technical breakout, once you go over a line, lines have like a gravity. So if this is your line and you break through it, you get a boost for breaking through it. But if you don't get far enough away, you get drawn back to the line. It's kind of like it has a gravity. Once you get to a certain point, then you'll continue to fall or you'll continue to rise. And usually it's about this distance here actually from a line. So it all depends on the size, but it's in this case for us it's about 2 cents each direction. So this is us fighting against the gravity. So we're got pulled back a little bit, but it's not enough. So this will be the deciding factor. If we get another 2 cents lower, let's say 55, then we'll collapse down because 1 more cent will be free of the gravitational pull. which also makes it harder. So the gravity helps you if you want to go back up. But once you're free of it, then see, look at the volume go up. Then it's over. Now, if this was an oversell, so there, the technical just played out as I described. If it's an oversell, the green will come back and completely erase this. But now, because you're so far away, you don't have the benefit of the gravity pulling you back. So it's harder now for you to push your way all the way back. And you basically don't have any assistance. So you need solid volume, solid commitment. If the commitment's not there, which it isn't, then you'll see red and it will continue down. And then that starts you on to a panic sell kind of scenario because there's no commitment to go back up. So what started as a technical breakout will turn into a full-on run just because the factors are not there to support going up. And let's see. Oh, it's already kicking off. So the buyers are trying. And it's good you guys tuned in today because now you can see me work in a stock that's actually moving. You know, it's not impossible to predict the near future. It's kind of easy. It's just as soon as you go past the near future, it gets dicey. Yeah, because the macro says we're going up, but the micro is absolutely abysmal, right? You know, we're just draining out, increased negative volume. So it's like, when is this baby going to take off? Soon. Soon, soon, soon. Oh, you know what? Let's get some magic lemons in here. There we go. Our mythical lemons have helped us many a times. He that should not be named. I'm still waiting for he that should not be named to come in and tell us how bad this stock is. If there's something you want me to respond to, just tag me. Just because I don't know if you guys are talking to yourself or talking to me. Because I'm busy looking at the stock most of the time. I try to read the chat when I can. Good chat. I think DFV didn't sell because it would have killed the movement. So I have a long history of running communities, and I've always found that people that are new, that don't have the history, right? As soon as they become famous, they like the attention until it becomes invasive, but they don't want to lose it, right? So if you're doing something that's risky, you have to keep doing it because you want the attention, right? Now, I don't know about DFV, but I presume if he sold, he would completely lose all credibility, right? So he would hold just for the cause, right? Because he's loud, like he made it to the Senate. I watched him on C-SPAN, right? So I think that's partly why he holds, and then he'll sell off in the darkness when no one's looking, when his star fades a little, or when everyone else is doing it, when it's safe to sell, right? Yeah. Now somebody asked me a question, and where do I find it? Oh, here we go. Here, Mr. Sam. Do you see this possible short squeeze happening with AMC? No. And you got in at a good price. Although I don't think we're going back there, but we might be. But yeah, no, the short squeeze to answer Sam's question is going to be a long time coming. You're going to need multiple days of like 15 to 30% up green day after day after day. I would say 30% day after day after day, but that's like really hard to do. So let's say 15%. And then the shorts will get out because holding on is just ridiculous, right? It's just like we're losing some of the longs, the opposite of shorts, because people see it going down and they're getting paper hands, right? They're fear selling, they're selling on technicals. This is my lowest, I gotta leave. What we know we're going to 30. So this is just annoying, people that don't understand, basically slowing us down to our eventual goal. And the short sellers are banking on it, but when it turns around, they're not stupid. So they'll have to get out because the party's over for them. So anyways, I mean, 3% a day isn't too bad. But if it's every single day, then that's going to attract more short sellers, right? So we'll see. I have, if you're talking about me, I have 100 or 4,200 shares at 13.85. I think I dollar cost averaged down, but it didn't really make much difference. Yeah, $60,000. I at one time had over 6,000 shares, but when I'm buying at $14, I don't have as much buying power. Sad pandas. In my paper money account, I started at 100,000. I now have 200,000. I'm rich, bitch. I've doubled my money in less than a month. But that paper trading's kind of weird because it lets you leverage something ridiculous. If I only had 100K US. But I'm getting there slowly. Well, see, 14 is also a breakout number. So if we go back while we're waiting for this to have a stroke. So it was a little risky, right? Buying here, but it was coming up on the weekend. And we were down from 1450 and down from 1445. We just had a recovery from our previous too high, too fast. So we should not go any lower than 13, right? Like worst case buying at 14, we'd go down to 13 and then we'd start our up. But this was, unpredictable. I did not expect this kind of pound in the ass, right? So that's what got us. And I could have got out, but I'm like, 20% loss. And then this one is just overreaction, which you see it got corrected right away. But this drop from here to here, that was the yield and Paris going into lockdown. And that really hit us hard. So, but I've bought and sold all the way up. Like, I've made a lot of money. Bought a new TV, paid my rent, all this other stuff. My original buy-in point was here at like 16 or so, and then I dodged. I got out at some point on the recovery, and then I dodged this entire drop, but I got in at around 8. Yeah, 8. And so I got in around here, and then I got burned, and I sold around 6 or 5. So I took like a 30% loss here, and then I had to make it all the way back here. Now I have all my money back, and then some, because this is a huge, like this is 150%, right? So I've made 60 or 70% of that. So if I would have just bought and hold, I would have walked away with 70 or well more. But between my day trading, I got about 80% of that the last time I looked. But I don't think I've looked recently because it's all been red. So it could be higher. Yeah. Anyways, long story short, this has been a long road. But it's been fun. It's got its moments. Yeah. Yeah. You know, holding is fun and all, but it's you're not doing anything, right? Like you're just sitting there watching a chart. It's like you might as well get some skin in the game. How's this guy doing? We're trying. They collapsed a little too. Dow's gonna think about going down. It's got support. Some broad-based negativity. This breaks that. It's gonna go down. Shit. So see how it picked up speed? It went slow and then it went like because it passed the support line. Indexes don't really hold up like stocks do because they're large average, but some people do trade off the index. So if they see a breakdown, they'll hit the sell button, right? So there is a little bit of value to support and resistances in the index, but it's not something. From what I don't trade indexes, which is one of the best ways to make money, but it generally, to me, it just follows broad trends. Like, and there has to be something severe for a course correction, or it just keeps going the way it's going. So when you're looking at indexes, you're looking at channels, and when it breaks the channel, that's when, like here, it's going to turn around. Here, it's going to turn around. So at least that's my view. But again, I'm not well versed in trading an index. Not my cup of tea. Okay, positive. We're sort of positive. Dow is still unhappy. So we got green from GME and we got red from Dowland, and that gives us sideways. Pretty easy math. Let's see if this is us or somebody else. So this is 120. And okay, we started negative. GME followed suit. And the Dow kind of went down. I guess that was us. That was our technical breakdown. And we have a hesitation at 1325. Red GME and the Dow was green and then it turned red. So yeah, we got, that's gonna hurt us big time. I don't even want to look at AMC. Fuck. So yeah, we got pulled here and then pulled again. Dare I click? Wait for it. We're doing... Oh, whoa, what the fuck? Volume out of nowhere. Wow. What the hell was that? That was... Somebody just came in with the steel chair. Wow, that was grim. We were about to crash, and someone just fucking came in with a ton of volume. See? Unpredictable. Was it just us? Yeah, it was just us. Look at that egg and sausage. Now, when this happens, you'll usually get a retraction, which we just did, but it quickly got destroyed, so that means we're going to take off. The fuck just happened? What the fuck? Wow, that was stroke of luck. Thanks, Guardian Stock Angel. Yeah, because I'm like, the Dow's starting to go. And if it starts to go, then we're going to go because nothing's positive. All right. Excellent. I wait till we get clear before you call this the low. We still have to get back out of these those two lines I drew earlier. But that's a solid. Look at that. It's huge. That's a 15 when we're doing 5s and 1s. That's out of nowhere. It's Bernie Sanders with the steel chair. But it has to follow through or we're going to collapse on ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, we're over this line. But we're not over this line. So we need to get to 960, 961, so we can at least get out of this hole. But the volume just went to shit nothing. Now that's good. I mean, it's bad, but it's good that the sellers didn't come back. So the sellers didn't say, no, this is an overbuy. The sellers are saying, oh, okay, maybe it is, time for us to get out of the way, right? And then that'll turn the short sellers into buyers, which if we see the volume commit to it, that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, it's the lemons, the power of citrus. It's never really failed us. Sometimes the negativity is too strong, but the holy citrus will get the. Clearly, these are the more magical citrus. We'll get the divinity trinity going here. There we go. To get them the same size. There we go. Good enough. So on the side, there's icons, and you just open it up. I think by default, it shows like an arrow. It's just below projections and short and long positions. I think you'll see that icon there. So the lemons are near the bottom, I believe. You can even do Apple logo and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like happy stars. Yay! Oh, so much happy stars. Yep. So we use them to conjure up one of our when the stock's going really bad. One of our more famous things is to build a pentagram of lemons. So you have a lemon on every corner, and then it basically locks the stock price. It was quite good. It took a lot of lemons and some chanting, but she turned the stock right around. Good times. Yeah, that's how this place got its name, the Lemon Stand. We were using things, trying to figure out what would keep the stock price up. And turns out lemons work the best. And for driving the stock price down, we tried anchors. We tried fat people. We also have the where lemon, half moon, half lemon. That comes out when things are dire. We summon the where lemon. There. Yep. And the last hour of the day is sour hour rather than power hour. And the squeeze is the last 30 minutes. Yep. Because power hour is not very powery for AMC. It is pretty sour. It's pretty shit. Not gonna lie. Yep. Yeah, it's good to have a little bit of lore. Am I rich in Roblox yet? Damn it. Crash, you piece of crap. Carnivals is did a little bit of recovery, but still pip pip. Huh. GME and EENF look similar. You can see the dip, eh? The 1030. Theirs was 11. Ours was 1030. Yeah, neat. Dem dips. And the Dow was 10 10 to 1030. Yep. All right, let's get this where lemon up where it can draw the stock price up. All right, I think it's time for a lemon tree. Got to channel the lemons. We'll give it some worms. Nice flower. Okay. Get those branches going. And there we go. Oh, tree, not tea. I may have said that wrong. Yeah. Okay, good. Yep. See, I'm the Bob Ross of stocks, so I have to paint happy little trees, full of lemons. So I don't do a YouTube clown show, but this is the best I can do to entertain you guys. It also entertains me, so I don't die of boredom. All right, let's look at sour hour. So that's gonna be here. I can't draw a straight line to save my life. Oh, for all the new people, every time I draw a turtle, it tends to bleed from the eyes. I've stopped drawing turtles. Oh, I would draw like an animal that, like kind of like it matches the shape here, and then it just like its eyes start bleeding, and then it's really bad. So I'll save that for another day. But yeah, whenever I draw a turtle, that's something that never ends well here. Yeah. The nice meadow, grass, maybe Really bad cow. There we go. Just happy little cow and his little trees. There's some shrubbery. Oh, I could just use pre-built humans. Look at me, I'm populating the earth. What's that man doing with the cow? Oh no. Hmm. There. I'm gonna give this a like and subscribe. What the hell is the subscribe? Gotta smash that bell. So where the hell's the bell? Just saw it. Light bulb. Ooh. Didn't know I had that. Dun 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 dun. Stock hunter. I'm targeting low prices. Yep. Oh, this looks like it needs more lemons. There we go. So GME is sinking. The Dow is coming back. S&P is meh. Yeah, it's just slow boat. Do. Ooh, we've had over 1,000 views today. Holy crap. So normally this channel gets about 300 to 400 clicks, and we have about 30 to 70 people. Today we had over 1,800 clicks with a constant rate of about 68 to 70 people. So a lot of click and leaves, but that's cool. More people got to know I exist. Yeah. Well, that's good. Hopefully I get into more algos. Yeah. No, that's supposed to be a flower. Now it's a bleeding flower. Yeah, that's good. I go live daily. Sorry, I was trying to answer that question. Then I got distracted. I'm here every day because I trade other people's money and my own money and stuff, so I have to watch the market to do my duty as a trader. So, and I got nothing else to do. I'm on health disability right now. Got some stomach issue that's haunting me, which is really annoying, but hopefully they figure out what the fuck it is soon. So I can go back to just eating nonstop and 10 cheeseburgers a time. Ugh. So, yeah, well, that's exactly what this is all about. It's just come and chill, because we all are in this together, per se, unless you're a short seller when I'm long, or vice versa. There's been a few times where I've been wanting the stock to go down and people are in the market, or vice versa. Like, no, don't chant going down. Uh, but generally, we're all in this together at some point. Yes. Them sausage and egg sandwiches. No, 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 no. Yeah. Yeah, I was just updating it with a little bit of fire and smoke. It's a little more realistic. Oh, actually, to be accurate, Taddy, my YouTube description is more bait today than it ever has been. I knew people would be searching for Kohrs, and I know people would be searching for Trey. So I just put it in the description, and lo and behold, my searches went up about 18 times. So there's a little bit of bait, but it's not clickbait titles and other bullshit. Although I've been trying to experiment with the titles like Apes Gone Wild, Hold for Gold, just to show off some of the funniness. Yeah, I do love the ape speak. It is so good. But yeah, definitely. I've seen some YouTube channels like the title is "Why is the stock going down? Why is stock going up?" So they're trying to, catch the search uh, views. Like they can't answer why the stock's going up or down. Nobody can. But you can look at the technicals and predict the near future. But you know, I can't predict what's going to happen in the next 5 hours, right? But they do that so people show up and they give them a false sense of whatever. If all these guys could predict the future, they wouldn't be on YouTube. They'd be fucking rich. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Is this dead? Volume wise, pretty much. But the stock itself, no. Today, yes. Right now, definitely. It's just low volume. But you see, there is still life. There is still a hope. Life finds a way. So, just like the lemon that springs eternal, uh, this too will grow into a beautiful lemon tree that stretches 14 basis points into the sky. We'll get there eventually. Just when. Now, Mordina is a drug company, right? So they would be erratic. Okay, up. So level flat and coming back from a major crash. This is like every stock ever anybody suggests. It's always a stock that's generally flatlined. Now this is good. That's some solid growth. Oh, this stock's not old enough to die yet. Okay, so you're at an all-time high, and you have a couple of greens here that haven't been paid for. So risky. This just alone is risky. Let's look at the last 6 months. You've been on a tear since August, and that's 2019. Yeah. So August 2020, it's just been on a tear. And yeah, you got a couple of areas here where you haven't paid. So that's risk. The stock may try to go down. So I would say, based on what I can see really quickly, anything below this line is a good buy. I would wait to see what it does when it hits 107 again. But yeah, the first slowdown, you can see there's a pennant shape here. It's hesitating. It's going to go sideways, and then it's probably going to retract if there's any bad news. If you get enough good news that gets you above 180, then you could start the next round, and then you don't have to worry about going into this territory. But this kind of gap should be scary. That's the $10 gap, and you're pretty close to the bottoms here. So risky buy at this point. Definitely a much better buy back in 2020. It would have been a great buy. Pretty much early 2020, this is kind of risky. It leveled out, came back down, but then around here, you've held for so long at 65, then it's getting its time in the sun. But it may come back to 69. We'll see. Oh, any stock can go to any price. It's just a matter of everything coming together, right? I don't know enough about the company to tell you if it's going to quadruple or double, or just looking at the velocity of this stock, it's slowing down, but it's not done yet. So as long as there's no bad news, it should basically bide its time and then break out again. And then it'll go over 180. And yeah, it'll take off to 300s. Just looking at this chart, you could be 300 by October if everything goes well. But I don't know what they do. So if something can... don't spam the chat too much. Anyways, what's the other stock? Ride. Okay, let's take a look at that one. Interesting. Okay, so this one's taken a kick to the nuts. So this is a shape you don't generally see a lot. I call this one the eagle. It's essentially it's like a crown but with a dead middle, or like a bird. I rarely see this one. So they try, they fail, they try again, and this time they're neutral or exceed slightly. Then they fail, but they don't go back down. So that's good. So then when they come back, the difference between here is going to be the difference between here and here, this guy. Because they just went up the same amount, but they didn't go down. So anyways. So that's a good sign, but it also shows that they don't have any extra energy. It's the same size as this one. It's the same size as this one. Same people or same energy, whatever. So then all that's left after you got to this height is this part. And so this company has gone back down to pretty much non-existent. So this sells consumer vehicles without knowing anything about them. They managed twice to go up to $30. I would say, unless something really bad has happened, which is, oh yeah, that's what. The company's lost over 120% of earnings. They thought it would be 10, and it came out to be negative 23. So they're losing money. Have they ever been making money? No. No. Yes. Okay, so this company has not made money since it opened in 2020 on the stock market. even with all of this stock money, they're not using it as earnings. So, blah, blah, blah. Depends on how much you like this company. The next earning is in June, and they're expecting it to be even worse. So the company has not turned around their suckage. So it's a bit of a gamble. So a second this company starts making money, if you can get ahead of that, you're looking at, 3 times your money, right? If the company can be losing money and still be at $31, then if it's making money, it's going to be, wherever, right? So this one would actually probably be a good buy, long-term hold. You either lose it all or you come back rich, from what I can see. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a good bet just to waste money on. Oh yeah, when this rockets, it's gonna be fun. Oh, still going here. And we're just going sideways into the green pastures. GME is dying. Dow's good. S&P, NASDAQ, not so great. That's delayed NASDAQ. That's real-time NASDAQ. Okay, so NASDAQ's doing pretty good. Oh, let's get back to AMC. Oh, actually, I want to see if I'm making money yet. Damn it, still not going down. And Neo. Yeah. See, that's the problem with this one, right? You could short it, but look at the power when it comes back, right? So that's what I was saying earlier. It's like you gotta watch. You get burned. This thing is slow death, fast recovery. It's got a lot of power. Where we're the opposite. We're like slow death. Or no. Yeah. Quick death, slow recovery. That's it. Yeah. Although lately we've been slow, but generally we go down hard and we come back slow. But our sell-offs are usually somebody's going to trigger them like this. So that's probably going to weigh on us. Oh, 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 it's going into the clouds. Yay. The lemon tree is working. Hopefully this isn't going to fuck us. It's ramping up. It's not going to stop yet. Yeah, just keep going up, Dow. I got one hour to sour hour. Get some height in here. Excellent. With zero volume, but we're still going in the right direction. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. If GME becomes a toxic stock that nobody wants, I'm hoping they'll all come over to AMC, right? Because it's still fresh on their mind. But I think as time progresses, they're going to pick some other stupid stock, like whatever the flavor of the day is, right? Plus, if we get that kind of volatility, it's nice that we get the money, but they sell. They're not all holders, right? We really want institutionals because we don't want this buying and selling because then they get panicked and then they go and run away, right? Like we had that problem when we were tied to GME, and that was a pain in the ass. So unpredictable. But I do agree. I would love to see fresh money come into AMC so we could all be rich. But yeah, maybe this will trigger it. Because she's not done yet. The volume's quite low for GME. They basically didn't pick up any volume for the pretty much the whole day. I think they were what, 6 million by 10 o'clock? And then nothing. Super slow. And we are about half power. So we're going to end the day probably at 30 million, which is pretty bad for volume wise. Usually we're 20 by 10 o'clock. We're 30 by noon. It's about 10 million an hour. So we end up around 60 million. But the first 30 minutes generally gets about 30 million. And then it's the rest of the 6 hours is another 30 million. But that's about right. Almost all trading is done before 11 o'clock. Oh, we gapped up. That's good. And GME is slowing down, but on no volume. Oh, look at that. We got some people coming on over. Yeah, we're on the curve of this. So AMC just needs to punch through this, and we'll be back on top of this. Yeah. Which is why we're seeing a testing or resistance here. So we're bouncing down from it. But there's basically a huge ceiling here because we spent pretty much the entire day there. Yep. Maybe we need a supportive. Here, I'll put a supportive branch. There, that'll help keep the stock lifted up. Give it some more lemons. Gotta watch, if there's too many lemons, then they get a gravitational pull. The lemon tree seems to get it where it needs to go. I'll connect your branches together for you. Okay. There we go. All right, keep growing. Well, spread the word, tell your friends, and I'm not going anywhere unless my health gets really bad and I like die. But I don't know anyone that's died from indigestion, so it might feel like death. I ain't gonna die. There's a few days when I'm doing this, I'm like, fuck it. I don't think I can keep going. But yeah, it's all good. I got money on the market. So I'm glad to do this and see your comments. You guys keep me entertained. Shake the tree. Too bad it's not grouped. Plus, we don't want the lemons to fall out. This is getting a little chaotic for my liking. Let's clean it up a little. Because I actually do need to see the stock. It's too hard to see. Good enough. There we go. Much better. Happy Meadows. We avoided a major crash. And good. Well, I mean, I know you guys might be looking at level 2 data, but realistically, walls aren't really a thing. Like, they do exist, but it's more of first time you hit it kind of deal. There may be a huge limit order sitting there, which you can see on the level 2, but it doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. It's a very temporary problem. If you've been following the stock all day, AMC is not dead. It's just volume is piss. It's picked up in the last 10 minutes, which is good, but it's still sorely lacking. And GME is circling the drain. It's not done yet. It's still going. I knew that was going to happen. I called that around, an hour ago? So now the question is, yeah, it's already got past these, so it's going to be 1060. Yeah, so 165 is the number we're going to watch here. So if it goes down another $5, oh shit, which might happen sooner than later. I like watching a train wreck. And trash. Here we go. And just find your way to the trash bin. There we go. Now that's going to have an effect on us. I know what we can do. Have a lemon brigade. There. Highly specialized riot lemon officers. They know how to drive a stock. Whoa, oh, you got a breakthrough. Get that lemon sergeant out. All right, reform your line. All right, corral that bad stock. Give it the lemon spray. The zest. Yeah, actually, it's true. Every time I've drawn the trash can, it's gone up. There's been a few times I've drawn little sonic circles like this, like rings, and it's gone through them. That's always fun when you draw like a... Here, I'll make a circle. Maybe that's it. There was no lid. It was flat. Of course it bounces off. There we go. But it's fun drawing stuff and then watching the stock go through it. It adds depth to the to the chart. Yeah, it gives me something to do. Ah, there we go. Doing good, lemons. Keep them corralled. Okay. Oh, why did this get dragged down? I don't need that all the way down. I need Dow, S&P, yeah, NASDAQ. Yeah. Do. So in a proper setup, you would just have these indexes along the top. But for you guys, I make this channel so you can watch it on a TV. So everything's nice and big, so you can watch it from a distance. So I don't want to clutter up the screen with 50,000 things. Aha, Lemon Brigade, you done well. Make sure no gaps. Every time there's a gap, the damn thing comes through. Every fucking time. Okay, there we go. Well, it's resisting. It's resisting its new home. Look, there's smelly pieces of rubbish and half-eaten sausage McMuffins. You want to live here. It's a wonderful trash place. Come on. Okay, I gotta sweeten the deal. There's used video games and weeaboo cushions with anime girls on it. That's the stuff you like. We're holding our own, but yeah, Dow's starting to turn. So now that's going to add extra pressure on us. So if GME goes up while the Dow's going down, we'll be okay. But if GME gets pushed down, oh no, it's going up. So then we might be okay. Yeah. Just GME just needs to hold long enough for us to get the Dow back up, and then we'll be fine. It's generally kind of how it works. If the Dow represents a broader market, water flow in, water flow out, GME is like a direct, let's say 3-to-1. Whatever happens here, a third of it happens to us. So this will coincide with an up here, unless the Dow decides to nuke us. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good yardstick to balance from, or judge from, to use a proper analogy. So we got green, green, and then we should see it here. We got 2 greens, 1, 2, yeah, then 3. Wow, we are not going anywhere. Sellers are keeping a good thing down. Maybe it needs some assistive tasering. Compliance. Yeah, that might be the call, Wager. Well done, Howard. Yeah, 10 timesing your money is not easy. Even the best stockbrokers in the world generally don't do that good. And then Marshall's got the right thing. So instead of trying to turn a dime into a dollar, just collect 10 dimes and you'll have a dollar. And that's the modern way of nickeling diming everyone. Subscription fees. Walmart will charge like 1,000% markup on cables or wires because they can't make any money on the televisions. So that's the and Best Buy's really bad for that too. So that's the idea. Nickel and dime. Make your money on the cheap things, but sell in volume. Yeah. We're holding. We're holding the line. They had to shift them back just so they could get a better stab at things. All right. Let's do it, lemons. Yeah. Yeah. Stock market is not about making money. It's about preserving wealth. So yeah, the first rule is not to lose money. Then the second rule is to try to make it. And that's anybody worth their salt will tell you that. Because yeah, you got to be defensive before you're offensive in stock trading, or you'll just get friggin' burned hard. Can't be greedy. If it looks too good, it is. Like you have to play with a very high amount of pessimism. Because you can see, like us, we got burned on optimism. We're like, you know what? It's doing good. It probably will still do good. And wrong. Largest crash in its history. So, you know, versus I have no idea what's going on. The likelihood's not high enough, and withdraw your money, right? Yeah. But it is what it is. Dow. Everything is good. Still not making me money. That one's got almost completely flat. So this is indecision, but this is the weird one where it's indecision, but it's widening. I don't know what that's called, but normally indecision brings you to a point. But when it gets wider, it's probably got a term, and I don't understand the psychology of that. Like people they don't know what to do, and then they become more confident in buying and selling. Then they become even more confident in buying and selling, and then more and more and more. Like that makes no sense. It's like both the sellers and the buyers are more confident. Um, I mean, it makes sense that it exists. If you have one way, you must have the opposite. But it's just a very weird mentality. But yeah. On which one? Oh, is Biden having a press conference? He really does depress the stock market, eh? That would explain why this is happening. I bet you Biden started talking at 12 or started talking at 1:30 because that would be this is more indicative of someone giving a speech. It pauses before the speech, goes flat. Then as soon as a person talks, it goes down. I mean, I like Biden, but his effect on the stock market is not positive. Yeah. But then again, he's not going tax cuts, woohoo! Everyone's getting rich. Of course, people are going to be that trade stocks are going to be hesitant when he speaks because he's going to take away wealth instead of giving it. But of course, he's giving the wealth to the already wealthy if he was going to go the Republican way, if you will, right? So yeah, sure, the stock market takes a hit, but fuck it. The stock market's so rich. Who cares if the fucking stock market takes a tiny hit? They'll suck it up. If you don't like it, stop playing. But anyways, you just don't want to go too hardcore and have everybody quit. But since it prints money, I don't think you'll ever get that until we're in some kind of crazy ass recession. Then people can't play because they're starving. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, get these in here. All right. Got to keep that tactical formation. Keep the pressure up. There we go. Yeah. Oh, GME. So we're coming up on the 65. But GME's not done yet. Like it has to get to 65. Once it gets to 65, then it's below my trash can. This baby's gonna plummet. Well, every stock goes up and down. So if this keeps going down, this will be what it's called a dead cat bounce. So that's a dead cat bounce. And the idea is that if you throw a cat off a building, it's dead, but its dead corpse would bounce at least once before it finally lands on the ground. So it was still living until it hit this point, right? Then it's gone. And so I don't know what started that term, but I think what it was is because cats have 9 lives, it's going to land on its feet, right, and recover. So there's a chance that this cat would just walk away, right? But the height is too high, therefore a cat is dead. And so this recovery, is based off of something the cat could do. Cat could have survived, but it's not taken into consideration the height. And as a result, it gets destroyed and then it continues down because you have a dead cat now. And that's the dead cat thing. So usually here, you always get a recovery because it's, we sold too much, it's at a discount. There's also support lines here. But like GME has been doing that for 6 months. Like, this is great. Okay. No, we can do it again. All right. Yeah, we did it. No. Oh, we're still doing it. No. Right. So they managed the impossible. And then this was impressive. I didn't think they had it in them, right? To just come out for a round 2. But you're going to do this eventually. They might even go for a round 3. But eventually, at the end of time, they're going to be down here or lower because the fundamentals don't match. Ooh, they have an earnings coming up. It's May. So they're going to get pwned in the ass sometime before this or right after this, I think. Now, if this earnings is somehow miraculous, which it won't be because the pandemic just continued, we'll see. But I'm thinking, there's going to be something like this and then maybe on earnings or go flat and then I don't know how the earnings are going to be. What's the estimate? -56. The estimate was $1.35. Oof. So they're expecting the company to be 3 times crappier. So they're estimating that it's going to be 300% from its current position in the hole. So that means the company goes from whatever price it is now to -56 cents a share. So this company is technically worth $0 here in revenue. Now they have assets. They're still so many billion-dollar company, right? So they won't go to zero. But there's going to be a clear, yeah, that's happening soon. So GameStop might be good to short sell. Little dangerous, but unless these analyses are completely wrong, is. We'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah, we're not on the 1 minute. There we go. Oh, you got around my lemons. Every fucking time. Get back there. There we go. All right, now that I've removed the garbage can, maybe GME can finally rest in peace. We should have another earnings coming up soon too. Let's see. Ours are not listed. Oh, that's the S&P. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, our earnings is coming up, and it's May 21st. No, 10th of May. Yeah, because we had one on the 10th of March. So we expected a loss of -5. No, expected a loss of -3.24, and we ended up coming out at 1.15. And then that's a positive surprise of 41%. But when you standardize it, it's actually 5. This one, yeah, reported an 8. This one reported a -5, -8. So we're definitely doing a lot better. Like we're doubled our cash flow. -20. And this is pre-pandemic. -1, half of 1, half of a third. And then that's like the last time we stopped making money, which was July 19th or 2019. But yeah, so we're expecting a -1. So if we were -4 and then we were -8, so we went 8, 4, and now we're bordering 1. So that shows you the company has basically gone up 7 times in 7 times in its value per share. So that's very healthy. Now you see the share price hasn't 7 times, right? But that's because you've gone from a company that's worth -8 to -4 to -1. It's still worth $0, right? But all of this is the hype and the future and our market cap, which is $4 billion. So the price is still muted. So the second we actually get an earnings where we're all positive, all green, sweet Jesus, we're going to be flying. And that's, of course, what we're waiting for, right? We're just slowly getting there. And then we're going to hit the gas pedal as soon as the market and the pandemic and everything comes together. Exactly. Yeah. And that's exactly what I've been saying, where, Jer, is that when we go into the upswing, then you'll have institutionals get back in because they have to get out when it's too risky. But something's got to kick us off, right? We need something to give us that first push. See what happens. So to answer your question, Pantry, end of day is 4. End of week is Friday, but I don't think you're asking that. If you're asking for projections for end of day or end of week, I can't really give you a number. The end of day, I could probably guess because it's kind of close. Okay, so I'd say absolute highest would be 985 and lowest probably 938. Somewhere in here. But we could, if we break down, it depends on the momentum. As time passes, the likelihood gets lower and lower and lower. So it's kind of like an inverted funnel. But at this point, right, and going back, it gets more and more chancy. If you think things are just going to stay the way they are, we'll probably end up somewhere close to where we are. And then we'll spike up at the last minute, putting us here. Or spike down, putting us here. You could look at it that way as well. But it's impossible to predict. We need volume. We don't know who's playing. Who's going to come out of the woodwork. So, but if I had to bet, I would say it's either neutral or positive. But the last couple of days have been pretty bad, so I'm not sure at all. Yes, and that's correct, Eric. Yeah, theaters have had declining, or sorry, no, theaters have not had declining participation. Theaters have declining revenue. But people are actually going to theaters at record numbers. But I think theater, so it's a little misleading. I think theater by theater numbers are down. So each theater is getting more people or less people, but because there's more theaters, they're catching more of the market. So more human beings in general are going to the theater, but less human beings are going to each individual theater. So each theater is getting less revenue, but the overall market for movies is strong. The participation is high, and that's not declining. But the going to the theater, that one is. And as a result, and movie theater companies, sorry, not movie theater companies, movie companies have been getting more and more money for their movies. And so as a result, the theater is getting less and less and less and less. And that's really negative, right? You're making less money and you got less people. So the only way you can get out of this is by expanding aggressively and downsizing your offerings, which both of those is not so great, right? So yeah, but I think if I remember correctly, yeah, I think record attendance at theaters lately, like not because after pandemic, but leading into the pandemic, record attendance at theaters. But I think on the average whole, they have too many theaters, and they're not concentrating the people enough. And I think, well, they've already remedied that problem a little bit. They got rid of their underperformers, but they need to expand because if individual numbers at each theater is reduced, then they need to expand the amount of theaters, which means they're going to get more duds. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is because I'm not AMC, but there's definitely a double-edged sword there. Yeah. So I have no GME stock. I'm all in on AMC. I do hold some Canadian cannabis back in the day, but I sold it all for AMC. Naked is not bleeding at all. It's doing apparel and footwear. It's just doing its thing. Now, if you're talking about bleeding from when it started, isn't this just a hype? It was completely hyped up. Yeah. So there you go. You got a stock that's been shitting the bed since 2018, and then it got caught up in the Reddit frenzy. Yeah, I wouldn't touch this one. If the company can die for that long and nobody gives a shit about it, they barely tried to save it here. Why all of a sudden has it magically become worth, fuck, I don't even know how much that is. That's a lot. That's 35 times it's what it's worth, right? So if you followed this all the way down, you lost 99% of your company. So it went to basically zero. And then it came back, 31 times your money because it was so close to zero. Yeah. And watch, the company has negative earnings, right? Negative 34, negative 52, 89. Holy shit, negative 89? Holy fuck. For every share you have, you're losing $89. Holy Jesus. That's insane. That's like an inverted, we have to go down. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. I don't even want to read about these guys. They must have just got fucked hard. How do you lose that much money? Well, that explains why they went to zero. Ain't touching that. Oof. That's a nasty ass stock. I mean, there's probably potential in that stock, but that's pretty freaking dangerous if the stock can go that close to zero. It's quite possible. So they reverse their stock just to bring up the price, eh? Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah. But so I can see them doing that after the Reddit frenzy. Um, so if they do it after the frenzy, they're buying it back to drive up the price, which is fine, but they're using borrowed money to do it basically, right? So the stock sucked. It has a moment in the sun, and then they try to shine that turd. It's like, I don't know. I wouldn't touch that. Yeah. Wouldn't touch that at all. So we're still going sideways. Always wondered how you spell legit. I'm pretty sure it's just one G. That's then Leggett. But it's all good. Jamie doesn't know me enough to make a statement because why would you buy GME? It's basically a ticking time bomb, right? Where AMC is really fucking slow right now, but it's a value stock fundamentally. So there's no real risk. It's just a matter of waiting if the stock goes low. Where if you wait on GME, you're going to be waiting years, potentially, if they don't go bankrupt, right? For that to recover to its levels where it is. So, anyways, I could buy GME. There's nothing stopping me, but I just don't like its fundamentals. I don't like the company. I don't trust it. So I don't want to risk my money and my clients' money um, to fucking bet on something that can just go right into the shitters at a moment's notice when there's so much more you could bet on, right? I'm just stuck in AMC right now, or I could be betting on these guys or short selling Nico or whatever this company's called. But anyways, it is them the breaks. I'd short sell the hell out of this stock too. Let's see how gold's doing. Still having a good time. Yeah, market uncertainty. Gold will keep going up. Let's get rid of this. It's in the way. Get the lemons. Nah, 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 nah. There we go. The lemons are just psychological for me. Make you feel good. Yeah, so here you're going to go for a technical breakdown. So basically, you tried, you failed. There was a little bit of hesitation here. And then you're coming back up. You got over the line, but not by much. And then you gap down. So as soon as it hits here, it's basically going to do this, which is the classic. Everyone knows that one. Things ain't going well. And so we're currently right here. And then this is what's to come. Yeah. And then this here is what I call rolling. So it goes flat and it has a chance, but then the apex of the curve, which you don't know where it is, then it starts rolling. Once it gets to about the 90-degree mark, then it picks up steam. And that's usually going to be a line of support, previous line of support, and then there you go. Once you go into a roll, you usually go about double the length. So if it rolls and it's this big, then you end up going like here. Unless it's quickly countered, and then you might get like a check mark or a W or something. But if it picks up steam, then usually it's like rolling off a cliff. Like here. Oh, this is more of a dead cat. Right? Yeah, that's more like a dead cat. So it goes down really fast. People buy in to try to get a discount. Then they drive up the price, but it wasn't really a discount and owned. They just lose like all of it. Yeah. And then you can see that this is basically a dead cat in the more macro. It's bleeding, 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 bleeding. They buy in, driving it up to 185, and now it's at 186. So it's like, it's the same mentality, right? And if we keep going up, right, we're sad cry from 204 or 218, and that can go all the way up to 400, right? So it's just people buying in to stave off the inevitable, which is the share prices here. And all of these people bought in with the idea that they're going to make money. And only these people have money. Yeah. So anyways, it is how it is. But you got to have a little bit of foresight in this game. The market will do what the market wants to do. You just have to get with it or get the hell out of its way. We'll see about this one. I can only guess at what's going to happen. Maybe it'll bounce off this line and get enough support. Volume maybe ramps up. You know, we're coming up on sour hour, so maybe they'll get a little bit of energy. I don't know. No way for me to know. Unless I was part of some illegal pump and dump. Then I would know. Oh no, I deleted lemons. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. We'll just get a few lemons in here. Just enough to keep it going. Yeah. Yeah, our OG troll, yeah. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Nah. Naysayers can't really bother me just because, you know, who goes on a YouTube channel to attack somebody when they can just go make their money and, like, why are you wasting the time, right? So clearly that person is of great and awesome skill. And anyone that claims that they make nothing but good decisions on the stock market evidently has never traded in their life. So it's all bullshit if you think otherwise. So not even worth the time of day. No. I don't claim to be perfect. Nobody is. I can just give you the best that I know at the time. Yeah, and look at that volume. Just poop. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to sour hour. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I can always just mute spam, like here. There you go. Now it'll clean it right up. Oh yeah. I think my first 10 trades or so were good, and then I took like a 20 or 30% hit, and that was brutal. Like that was my first major loss. I was like sweating when I hit that sell button. I was just sweating. Oh, but you get over that. Now I can see a 70% loss and be like, you know, as long as I know the technicals are sound and my judgment is sound, my timing might be off a little, but you know, like I was in the Canadian cannabis industry, right? I'm making money on it going up. I'm buying, I'm selling. It's all good. I go all in, and then I make like 20% returns. I forget about it, and then I'm like, oh shit, I should see how my stock's doing because I didn't look at it for like a day or two, and the thing went down like 40% overnight, erased my 20%, put me in the hole, and I'm like, shit, okay, I'll ride it out, whatever. By the time it was done, it went down like 70%, and I'm like, oh god. So I just kept dollar cost averaging with each paycheck and not looking at it. And then when it came out, I was up 48%, and I sold that and went into AMC. I made $7,000 on that Canadian. But that was one of my earlier trades. I had to leave it for about a year for it to recover 40%, but fuck. That negative 70 was like, here's your money, and here's what you actually have. And I'm like, I'm so broke. But it's not a loss until you sell. So it doesn't matter how bad it looks, as long as you're not being margin called. It's super easy. I can just right click on a name and it cleans it right up. Very useful. And it's retroactive. Where Jer? He's our canary in the coal mine. When he starts sweating, you know something's up. He starts sweating early. Oh yeah, yeah. You have to take the emotion out of stock trading. The more clinical you can get, the better. But if you get too clinical, then you have no fear. And then like I should have gotten out when I rode that 20% loss, right? But I'm like, I can wait indefinitely, right? But if I took the 20% hit, I could have earned it back triple by now, right? So you have to have a little bit of fear or you're never going to do anything. So it's like it's a double-edged sword. It's good to be clinical because you're not going to make bad choices, but you're also not going to often make right choices, right? Or you're going to have no drive, is a better way to describe it, I guess. And that's a problem I run into. I need to learn to pull the plug early, just so I can play. Oh, look at that. Dow's doing great. Ride my pretties. Look at that. If we just, that looks like, look at that. You know, it started here and it's just, it's just rising. Like, man, that stock's on fire. The whole market. uh, that is a very sharp rise though. So this is kind of a neutral 45, if you will, but that's a quite a sharp rise. Of course, it's all based on your zoom, but if you zoom up to a natural level, which is about, I like my stocks kind of like a little bit wider than a lot of people, and that's still pretty sharp. I don't know who the hell reads stocks like this. Like it's like someone having a fucking heart attack. Just t t t t t. Like that's just not good. You need a little bit of width. Yeah, but whatever. Some people do. Oh, some people even use like this or this. It's like, okay. I mean, it works. So do hollow candles, but this just gets difficult for me at least. Oh, come on. Yeah, we're just treading water here. Actually, the really cool one is this one. Points and figures. So it's, I forget how it works, but I think you add up consecutive trending days, then when there's a reversal, how much it went down. And then this is basically for like ultra long-term investors, I believe. Yeah, like this one here, it went down 39%, it went up 64%, then it went down 65%, up 75, down 85, up 550%. We are just completing the down 69%, and now we're up 125%. Like, you could have made 6 times your money since January if you were really, really good on AMC. But then that's allows us who are not as good as perfect to at least make a something. We get a cut of that, right? So, anyways, cool charts. I don't know who the hell uses them. You could probably Google that, but there's some weird shit out there. That's knots and O's, X's and O's, points and figures. But I remember it being called knots and something. The British term for zero is a knot or an aught, an aught. Yeah. Anyways, something to look into one day. Ooh, our viewer count took a header. We were 2 o'clock. We were 65 people. Now we're 47. 44. Ah, YouTube. Why? Oh, I love Hank and Ashy. This is my favorite. I could look at Hank and Ashy all day. But it's misleading, which is why I can't use it for you guys, because it averages out the chart. It's not a real representation. But I love it because it clearly points out the ebb and the flow. And I completely work on ebb, flow, energy in, energy out. And it's so nice. Because then you can really feel the emotion of the stock. You know, all the negativity, positivity. But it's still marred by all this negativity. Very, very useful. I love that one. That's probably my favorite. But you guys get candles because, yeah, it's more accurate. And then you guys are going to be like, hey, why does my stock line up? As somebody did because they were using Hank and Ashy. And they're like, the prices aren't matching. And yeah. Line break's pretty good too. That one's kind of fun. Does it let us use that one? Yeah. So this one just basically does the Ashy, but using a line. So it filters out all the unneeded stuff. So this is the down, that's the up. It just cleans it right up. And so I find that one's nice to review a stock. But I bet you it's not going to let us use it, you know, on intraday. They're going to let you only see it on the day plans. Yeah, these are dailies. Yeah. Anyways, but those ones are fun. Okay, go away. I have to switch first. 1 minute. There we go. Anyways, good stuff. Okay, so we're in sour hour. This is the last hour. So the likelihood of our pricing is probably going to be here. Somewhere within this triangle. But I think more likely it's going to be closer to this. But we'll see. Oof. And GME has entered the trash can considerably. So see, it tried to stave it off. It rolled a second time and then hesitated and fatality. Now it's at the 64 line. Yeah. So where did it roll? Isn't 65 supposed to be a support line? Oh no, it is 64. Yeah, it's 64, right. 64, okay. Yeah, and then the other 66. So it blew through that. It's hard to remember all these bloody numbers. Let's go back over here. Yeah. Yeah. So now it's got very little support. This is all that's left. And then the 148s. And this guy, 164. This guy is 164. Okay, so it's got a little bit of support at 164, which is probably why it bounced. Yeah, 164.83. Okay. So once it gets past 164, then it has a little tiny bit, but then it's free to go falling. This is a bounce. So down, bounced. It could keep going, but likely it's a bounce. And we'll see. Oh, we already broke my channels already. Well, look at that. We're just going straight into sellout. Sudden change, large volume. So we got a channel now. We really were trending this way for quite a while, so maybe this will just come back up. Hard to tell. Since the volume says it wants to do this. Right? So this is just too low, so it's going to come bring it back up. And then the channel says it wants to be here. So it's going to go this way. The overall trend is putting it probably here if we follow the larger trend. And yeah. Yeah. If we're just following the larger trend of the water getting sucked out, we should be a little bit higher, I think. Hard to tell. I don't expect a major crash, though. We either go down a little or we break out vertically. But, of course, nobody wants to see more red. Oops. All my stocks are on fire. Look at them, they're all red. Well done. Yeah, I did that before backstop. You were here for that. I changed the stocks backwards. And it was good. Nothing like inverting the colors to confuse the crap out of everyone. Just... Oh, where's the pricing? Everything's looking great. But see, I don't even use the colors for the most part. I just use the shapes. So even if the colors are all over the fucking place, like let's make them so arbitrary that you can't even use them, right? So now they're all messy, but I'm just looking at the ebb and the flow. I don't really care. The reason you would have red and green is just so I could anchor myself, because of course all the patterns start to look the same, and I lose track of where I am in the bigger picture. But yeah, we could just... Let's just do something funky. There you go. There's absolutely shit useless. Yeah. Yeah. But you can see here, it's low. So unless it goes this direction, it's going to go this direction, and it's going to break out under this blue. So You want it to break out from above this blue and bring us back into this channel. But whether or not we'll get that is up to this blue square. Yeah. Or my personal favorite. This one's hardcore. When you do hollow candles. That's kind of like Apple aesthetic, relaxed mode. I still need these colors to be right because I gotta know what's going on at a glance. But I really don't need the colors on the chart. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've done that too. Everything green is good. Yeah. Can't see the pain through the forest. There you go. See? Everything's great. Oh, it's on a bit of a surge. So basically at this point right here is when it decided not to be a bounce. So I was expecting a bounce, and then this one here confirmed it, so that it goes on a bit of a tear till it comes up to the shoulder, which is here, or potentially here. But judging by this guy, that's not a shoulder. Yeah. Or even potentially here. So, yeah, it's too small anyways. Like the risk versus reward on this, if we were going to talk about that, is too small. If I was to bet here that it's going to go here, okay, that's still a tiny reward for the chance of it going to like here. So it's not worth it. This bet is not worth it. Especially if it rolled, wouldn't be able to get out in time. Still decent, but yeah, I wish it was more positive. Let's see this volume. 9, 3. Getting a little bit of volume here. We're going into the squeeze. So the last 30 minutes is going to give us our interesting times. Usually the last 30 minutes, historically, there's usually a ramp up right before 15:30, and lately there's been a giant sell just before close. It used to just go, and then there'd be another ramp up, and then people would go overnight. But we've lost all of those people. I don't know who they were, but they're not with us anymore. Yeah, look at the sell here. Holy crap. 58,000 and 59,000. Wow, look at that. That's what Howard was talking about. So that's a limit. Someone is basically selling at 960 at limit. Now, if they hit market, then we'd be in for a bit of a roller coaster ride. The buyers are quite strong as well, but not 56,000 strong. Let's see that sell wall again. So that's a good definition of what a sell wall is. some big ass fish sets up a limit. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't think you mentioned that, or at least not in recent history. Um, I like crypto is I oh there it is right there 56. Crypto is I think the future of things, and I should have bought in earlier, but I never really thought about the benefit of criminality. I figured it'd be regulated and shut down versus letting it run the way it is, because it's clearly being used for black market. It's used for evading taxation. Like, it's very popular with criminality because it's perfect for it. So I was expecting it to get crushed, um, but it didn't. And so when it didn't, I should have bought in. So I think in the long term, as long as the criminality element stays, as long as there's some type of ability to not be traced, I think it'll always have a place. And, maybe it's worth a gamble. But I definitely don't hype Bitcoin like, some of those Asian traders do, because they want people to buy into Bitcoin because they have billions of dollars into Bitcoin, right? And the only way a Ponzi scheme works is if everyone keeps buying in. So, like here, crypto makes money because people buy into crypto. Crypto does not generate money. AMC generates money. So if we did nothing, AMC would help drive up its stock price naturally, right? By growing. Crypto can't grow unless other people buy in. But then you can't get rich unless you take your money out. So it's the very definition of the last person to take their money out is fucked. And, crypto can go to zero, and it might, you know. So that's what I don't like about it. It's not nice. But if you're just doing it for gambling, it's perfect. You know, technically, a country's currency could also go to zero, but I mean that would take civil war kind of deal. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, my opinions are not formed out of nowhere. Whether they're right or wrong, it's opinion, right? But yeah, I'm just not confident. I like crypto. I like the technology. I love torrents. I love the idea of decentralization. There's so much good in decentralizing currencies. But if it's a Ponzi scheme because it's not based on anything in reality, then you're screwing people, and that's not nice. So, yeah, which is why pumping and dumping is illegal. Yeah, those are some interesting numbers. To take a look at this one. This one's not even showing because the spread is so high. Their spread is 50 cents. So there's the last agreed upon price. There's the seller's price, and there's the buyer's price. And when they meet somewhere in the middle, or this is the price that the market maker is giving them, one of the two. Well, they're doing good. So they hit the shoulder and see the little slowdown. So, and then now they're coming back with a bit of force. So they might actually keep going. Because normally when you hit a limiting wall like that, there'd be a greater down. But yeah, as for us, we're just treading sideways. But yeah, I think that 62 mega wall, which is now actually at 60, it's moved down. That's going to be a problem for us to get out of this hole. Oh yeah, AMC is definitely 10K tomorrow. It's always tomorrow. Lambos for my Lambos. Well, by its very nature, once the shorts have covered, the market would go up. The shorts want the market to crash. So why would they cover? Oh, oh, he that shall not be named comes out of the woodwork. Yeah. This is how I envision Zach. He's got, the hacker hood, that obscures his face, and then out of the darkness, just a $5 bill. He's like, soon, $5. And then you're like, hey, buddy, what's up? And he's just like, $5, AMC. And then you get weirded out and you run away. Yeah, we actually had to mute a troll that tried to replace you. He wasn't as good as you. That's quite the sell-all. So for everyone that's new, this is our resident visiting troll. Wow, that is quite the YouTube name. Exactly. It was like a knockoff. Exactly. You know, we have history. Moneyfesto. I love it. I call this my moneyfesto. A Trotsky. We're losing the war. No, but our money spirits and our diamond hands will hold the day. You know why I'm here. You're here to kill me. Sent by capitalist Alan Greenspan. Yes, you must die for the market cause. Oh man, that is quite the sell-all. So it's only 36 now. So it started at 57,000, and now it's 36. We're slowly getting through it. 35. Oh, somebody added to it. 1 hour to sour hour. We're in it. Oh, no. Sour hour starts at 1,500 hours. The squeeze starts in 1 minute. There's a key indicator. There needs to be an hour for sour. You've gone done and goofed up. Okay, now it's 24. We're at 25. We're slowly getting through it. So 57. Let me just do the math. How many millions is that? So 57,000 times 959. 960. That's $500,000. So someone's liquefying a $500,000 position. Well, actually, no, it's 47,000, sorry. So $550,000 position someone's liquefying right now. So that would be about a retail investor to active trader level. Retail investors, I think, usually tap out around 2 million. Generally, most of them are like sub thousands. And then active investors are anywhere between 500,000 and to tens of millions. And then institutionals are tens to trillions. Yeah. So the likelihood of this guy being a big fish, low end of the scale. Martini 30. I like it. So our sour hour is 30 minutes long. That's even better. Okay, now we're down to 11,000. 17,000, sorry. And it's interesting that there's almost no selling. So there you just saw 20,000 pop up. So the buyers are basically bashing against the wall. And then when 20,000 showed up, it pushed us down because it was an additional 2,000 got added to the 17,000. But that was a market. So it actually pushed us down because that was a market order. Interesting. But yeah, the sellers are ramping up something hard. Look at that volume. I mean, we're getting some solid volume. None of it's positive, though. And it looks green here, but that's just because we're going up from the market sells that push us down. And then we basically can't go any higher. So it just looks like a fancy flat green. Interesting. Geez, there's 56K at 61, eh? $91K, holy crap. It's a big sell-off. And no, these are limit orders. So if it was a bot, it would just be matching us. So you'd see the volume increase. So for every share that shows up in the buy, it puts one in the sell, basically. But you would not see it. You wouldn't see it here. It would just be equal numbers. But the fact that there's huge... Oh, someone hit the market order button. Yeah, they got tired of waiting. They just punched it. And it got quickly erased. Wow. Oh. Somebody wanted out, and they couldn't get out fast enough, so they decided to drop the remaining gazillion shares. Now, the question is that sell wall gone now? Like, it's probably one of those, the 61 or the 60. Yeah, see? Okay. So that's what that was. Yeah. Yeah. See? Nothing unpredictable. So there was just a large fish, but obviously that guy's not a smart fish. He basically wanted out, couldn't get out, and then just said, fuck it, I'm out. But there's no reason to panic, right? He just got impatient, which means this guy's not a pro by any means. This is a retail investor with a lot of money. Anyways. Yeah, exactly. Suck it, guy with lots of money. Now when we go over 960, you can cry. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought happened. That's usually what happens. But this wasn't a robot. This was just a huge cell wall. An actual cell wall, I should say. Everyone keeps calling out cell walls, but I mean, that was sizable. And we didn't have any momentum to yeah, maybe it was the Jamie guy, you're right. If you're trying to move 1,000,000 shares backstop, you would do what they do. You use a robot, and the robot just sells at market every time it hits a certain number. And then that way you don't spook the market with a huge wall. And you basically, throughout the entire day, you can just leak in, your money, right? So, yeah. Well, that was a fun end to the day, at least. Something interesting. Some big fish causing us the troubles. And I wonder if that was the same guy that was doing all of these buy-ins. These rando fucking buy-ins. I wonder if that was him. So he built up his position throughout the day. And then that sell was him. That buy was him. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just because the volume's so low. If somebody had almost $500,000 worth of shares, they would be making splashes, right? Maybe that's what was going on. I was thinking it was institutional buy-in. But maybe it was just some really wonky fellow. Don't confuse Martini 30 with 30 martinis. You really don't want to get those mixed up. I've made that mistake once. Then time stops. Well, that was interesting. Doesn't really change much, but it explains that, right? But I would have a sudden sell-off after it going flat. That's a good indication that somebody has got a sell wall. Like, look at how flat that is. Every time it goes through, it gets pushed down, but it doesn't go any further. Yeah. But it doesn't change anything. It just means that paper-handed bomb is gone until they decide to... I wonder if they just tried to cost average down throughout the day. Maybe that's them. 13, 15, and 17 minus 11, and then this was 27. Yeah, it could be him. So 27, 15, and 13. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that is him. I bet you it is. So this one here, and this one here, and the sell is him there. But see, he had extra shares here, which were probably the leftovers from here, because this was 12, and this was 11. So he had 1,000 shares. Oh, more than that, but because his numbers aren't accurate. Hey, you little fucker. I think that was you. So he bought in here, $9.66. He dollar cost averaged at $9.51. I bet you $9.60 is probably the lowest he wanted to go. Yeah, I bet you it was. So he just wanted to get out so he didn't lose money. And then when he got most of his money, he just punched it. Neat. Yeah. Anyways, it's kind of cool. Yeah, today was pretty decent. We had a lot of new people. And yeah, we've had over 2,000 people view this stream today, which is pretty awesome. Normally it's like 300. So we're getting well known. And you guys are a lot more talkative today, which is good. But yeah, we're doing great today. We really picked up around 10 o'clock. So at 9 a.m. we had like 6 people. And then right around, let's say 9:30, we went from 300 to 800 at 10 o'clock. Then 1,000 by 11, 1,500 by noon, 700 by 1, 800 by 2. So we really taper out. We get most of our people between 10 and 12, and then we've just been slowly picking up people. Kind of makes sense. Most people trade stocks between 9 and 12, then they bugger off. Nice. Interesting to see how all this lines up. Hopefully this little stream gets a kick in the pants. That'd be awesome. Well, this is definitely not Illuminati manipulation. This is clearly a medium-sized fish getting out. You can even just look at the volume. It's okay. You didn't miss much. There was just a little bit of a huge sell wall, and then the person finally gave up and spiked. It was about $500,000 transpiring here. Well, probably even more than that. It was $500,000 when I looked at it, and it's probably $1 million. So, yeah. Yeah, not bad. Not the world's greatest sign, but it's not killer. Considering he bought in 3 times, sold it all at once. It's just him making a mess of things. He could have also been this person too. 76,000. What was his total sell? 27,000. I wonder if that wasn't all of him. So 27, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that'd be about 40,000. It's still not even close to this number. which is 78,000. 76,000. Yeah. Could have sold off, but then I'm thinking he still has tons of money to go then. But this might also be him buying while other people are selling. So that might be an inflated number. Yeah, I wonder if that's just the guy we just picked up. Again, I thought that was institutional buy-in, but then maybe, what we're seeing down here in the volume. Yeah, because institutionals wouldn't buy one day, sell another. They don't make dumb decisions like that. Well, I hope the guy that had the sell walls pissed. He just lost a bunch of money. Money now is the mating call of the timid day trader as he grunts it out. It's not horrible, not great. I mean, it's only negative 2%. If it's negative 15, negative 20, then yeah. But we're way too low for that sort of crap. We're basically just skimming the bottom of our lowest point in the U shape. How much volume was that? 2? 2.5? Yeah, the technicals all say sell. Yeah, I don't blame it. Look at that, 300% in the last 3 months. Damn. Well, if you have a huge sell-off like that, the selling pressure's gone now, right? So here we go. Usually we get a boost around 15:30, but I guess because of this guy. But anyway, sucks to be him. He bailed, and he's now out 1% minimum so far. If we can't get any volume, then tomorrow's going to look like today. Fridays are generally not great. Yeah. Well, this guy may have gotten in just today, though. So he might still fuck us over tomorrow. But maybe he'll buy at a good time and drive up the price. I don't know. I mean, if his money's out of the market and as long as he puts it back into AMC, that's fine. It's just if he leaves, that's the problem. Lemon flavored tendies. I dip them in sweet and sour sauce, but it's mostly just sour. It's melted down lifesavers, yellow lifesavers. That was a decent recovery. So basically, we just went back to 12 o'clock in the span of 2 minutes. All of this erased. It's like, why you gotta have patience. All of this erased. So we're now back to 9:50 in the morning. Like, oh my god, look at it, it's on fire. That's nice. It's good to see we still have buyers. Wonder if it's this asshole again. He just, oh, I lost all my money. Okay, I'm buying back in. Here we go. Fuck you, man. And then he'll basically last minute sell. If it is him, that's what he's going to do. He's going to buy in, cause the price to go up, and then he's going to be last minute 9 o'clock and just boom. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, it's if you have a lot of money, that's a very valid tactic. You dump your money in portions to drive the stock up, and then people see you moving the needle, so they pile in, but then you're the one that's going to pull the plug first. So they put all their money in, and then you take all their money and yours and get out. Yeah, very valid tactic. And that's called a bull trap or a bear trap. One is you think there's value and you're wrong, and a bull trap you think it's going to continue and you're wrong. But generally, nobody has enough money to really pull these kind of tactics. They kind of just happen naturally. But on a small scale combat like this, you could do it. Oh, you show up just in time to get your rocket ship to the moon. I purchased Space Engineers finally, so I'm gonna make myself an AMC moon station. Just gonna go all out. I'll make a AMC theater, and if you have Space Engineers, you can come visit. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll give me something to do during the downtimes. At least today was good. I didn't have to like zone out for half the day. We had some serious, action. Even though it wasn't positive action, it was at least action, minus the few dead spots in the morning and here at this part, right around 12. Oy, that was bad. And this one lives to fight another day. I was so hopeful for you, GME. Just lived. Now you see, there's indecision. Indecision looks like this. It's when people don't know what to do. Lowering tops and lowering bottoms. And when you have that, you can make a pendant shape. So this one's probably going to break down and essentially make a moundy hill, which is inside is kind of a crown, but not really. Like here's the first one, here's the second one, there's the third one. So this is not looking good. It's going to go back to 164. Yep. Suckers. Meanwhile, we're going to probably retract because we've gone up way too high. But the good news here is that we've gone into a pennant is this shape. A wedge has a flat bottom or a flat top. Like so. Like that. At least in my terminology. A pennant is supposed to have a declining top and a rising bottom. Like the flag. Yeah. Anyways, so now that we got kind of a wedge, maybe a pennant in here, that's us building up strength. The sellers are not strong enough, so the buyers are basically going to have the energy to push, hopefully, and that will produce the S shape, and that's a very strong pattern because the sellers had their time, couldn't do shit all, and then if the buyers come back in force, the sellers will get out of the way. You'll get the boost for going over the shoulder, and then you'll take off for another round. But that's only if it can get its ass up to 176. Now we do have that wedge shape working towards us too. So with the wedge shape, it'll break out from the wedge shape and get a little boost. Then it'll get over this guy and get a little boost. So all of those things together, see, there's the boost from the wedge, and the next boost will be once it gets over here. So then you should get a boost. Oh, no. It has to get over and stay over. Come on. You'll see the next gap up to probably right about here. And then if it's weak, it will come back a little. Not too much, or it gets dragged back down. And then it'll blast off again. Let's see that play out. We have this is the countdown timer. Things don't always work perfectly to the timer, but it's good to kind of keep it in mind. It helps center you on the time. So in this case, we didn't make it, so we fell down. But if we can get right back to the line, then we have a chance. If we can't, which is like the next 15 seconds, we're going to collapse on ourselves because we don't have the energy to go up. And need some green. Show me some green. Nope. So the first hint of red we see is going to cause us to go down considerably. If by miracle we get a strong green, somehow our sellers just fucked right off, we can still salvage this, but the odds of this happening are very low. 38 seconds to get 6 or 7 cents. How many cents? 2 cents. We need 2 cents in 28 seconds. Come on. You can do it. Oh, there's tons of time, Warejer. I've seen stocks go up 15% in under a minute. It's just a vertical line. You can do it. There's always till the fat lady sings. Oh, the volume's not going to let us do it. Yeah, we're on the last minute and 40 seconds now. Yeah, our mini boss, whoever this guy is. No, we're not even moving. Zero volume. Or, well, there is volume, but the price isn't going anywhere because they're not making choices. Okay, so this should turn into a large red. Might get lucky because we're running out of time. So everything's kind of in slow-mo right now, but it's playing out just the way I said it would. So this guy couldn't make it. So this one tried because there was no sellers, but we were basically, once this one shows that it's not doing it, we're almost guaranteed a red like this. And so here it is. It just came a little late because volume is like nothing. So this one is also a red, but it gapped up. So this one's probably going to come back down to either the support line, which is here, or it'll just go a little bit lower. But we have 30 seconds on the clock, so unless there's a sudden change in volume, this support line right here is going to hold because it's going to take a lot of volume to break through that. So that gives us a good floor to go up overnight, but I don't think we're going to do that. But oh, we're last minute bounce, last minute buy-in. Oh, stealth buy-in. Look at that, the volume. You bastards. Excellent. And market's closed. Oh, well done, Redditors and friends. Yeah, so that was excellent. So the sell volume was non-existent, and then there was a last-minute buy-in before they could do anything, and boom. That is an excellent end of the day. Well done. Oh, that was a good end to the day. After a little bit of a boring fest, we pretty much back to where we started. So hopefully the overnight is sexy. I don't know. With this buy-in, maybe. Generally, lately, we haven't had any volume, so we've had no aftermarket action. So yeah, Oh, good times. Anyways, we're here every 9:30 in the morning every day of the week because the market's open. So make sure you subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see if this plays out. The channel opens up sometimes a little bit before 9:30, and then you can just chat with everyone while I set up all the screens and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow because I got video games to play. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, I got an AMC theater in space to make. Yeah. See ya.